To celebrate our students. And to start with the presentation, the first performance be The More We Get Together by Learning Station, pre-K student from Mabel Holmes, school number 5, Annex. Welcome to our pre-K students.
The more we get together, 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 the more we get together, the happier we'll be. The more we get together, 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 the more we get together, the happier we'll be. For your friends are my friends, and my friends are your friends. The more we get together, the happier we'll be. 2, 4, 6, 8, who do we appreciate? The more we sing together, 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 the more we sing together, the happier we'll be. The more we sing together, 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 the more we sing together, the happier we'll be. For your friends are my friends, and my friends are your friends. The more we sing together, the happier we'll be. 2, 4, 6, 8, who do we appreciate? The more we sway together, 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 the more we sway together, the happier we'll be. The more we sway together, 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 the more we sway together, the happier we'll be. For your friends are my friends, and my friends are your friends. The more we sway together, the happier we'll be. 2, 4, 6, 8, who do we appreciate? The more we dance together, 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 the more we dance together, the happier we'll be. The more we dance together, 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 the more we dance together, the happier we'll be. For your friends are my friends, and my friends are your friends. The more we dance together, the happier we'll be. 2, 4, 6, 8. Who do we appreciate? The more we clap together, together, together. The more we clap together, the happier we'll be. The more we clap together, together, together. The more we clap together, the happier we'll be. For your friends are my friends, and my friends are your friends. The more we clap together, the happier we'll be. For your friends are my friends, and my friends are your friends. The more we clap together, the happier we'll be.
Beautiful. Thank you, pre-K students. Now we have the 3rd grade student from Mabel G. Home to present Be Responsible, Safe, and Respectful.
Responsible, be safe, be respectful. Hey, hey, hey! Be responsible, be safe, be respectful. Hey, hey, hey!
I was the line leader today because my teacher said I was responsible that way. And when I walked to lunch, everyone followed me. It was cool, it was good, it was great to be.
Be responsible, be safe, be respectful. Responsible, be safe, be respectful. Hey, hey, hey!
I had to go to the clinic today, so I went with a friend because it's safer that way. And 2 by 2, she walked next to me. It was cool, it was good, it was great to be.
Be responsible, be safe, be respectful. Hey, hey, hey! Be responsible, be safe, be respectful.
Today because I respect my friends that way. And when I raised my hand, the teacher called on me. It was cool, it was good, it was great to be.
Be responsible, be safe, be respectful. Hey, hey, hey! Be responsible, be safe, be respectful. Hey, hey, hey!
Treat others the way you wanna be treated. The golden rule. Being responsible, safe, and respectful will always, always be cool.
Be responsible, be safe, be respectful. Hey, hey, hey! Be responsible, be safe, be respectful.
Thank you so much. And now we continue with the 7th and 8th grade students with the presentation of the Imperial Crown. Thank you so much. And now to conclude the performance, this evening we have Mi Tierra to be presented for 6th, 7th, and 8th grade students for school number 5.
Tierra Santa. Oigo ese grito de los tambores y los timbales al cumbancha. Y ese pregón que canta un hermano que de su tierra vive lejano y que recuerdo le hace llorar. Una canción que vive entonando de su dolor, de su propio llanto y se le escucha penar. La tierra te duele, la tierra te da en medio del alma cuando tú no estás. La tierra te empuja de raíz y cal. La tierra suspira si no te ve más. La tierra donde naciste no la puedes olvidar porque tiene tus raíces y lo que dejas atrás. La tierra te duele, la tierra te da en medio del alma cuando tú no estás. Siguen los pregones, la melancolía y cada noche junto a la luna sigue el guajiro entonando el son. Y cada calle que va a mi pueblo tiene un quejido, tiene un lamento, tiene nostalgia como su voz. Y esa canción que sigue entonando corre la sangre y sigue llegando con más fuerza al corazón. La tierra te duele, la tierra te da en medio del alma cuando tú no estás. La tierra te empuja de raíz y cal. La tierra suspira si no te ve más. Tiene un quejido, tiene un lamento, nunca lo olvido. La llevo en mis sentimientos, sí señor, oigo ese grito. Vive el recuerdo, corre en mi sangre. La llevo por dentro como no, canto de mi tierra bella y santa. Sufro ese dolor que hay en su alma, aunque esté lejos yo la siento y un día regreso.
Excellent. Thank you so much.
Testing, testing. It's just, testing, testing. It sounds clear. Okay. Yeah, okay. Thank you.
Thank you. And then pictures with everybody. Yes.
Before we close the performance tonight, we want to call Detective Gonzalez and thank you him for his dedication and hard work in benefit of our youth. To our future for our communities. Detective Gonzalez facilitates the youth empowerment program around our school district. Please come forward, Detective Gonzalez.
Stand next to her.
And then you go.
We want to share our quotes from each school.
And in the screen, Detective Gonzalez and the other officers to our part to the program, do we go to call everyone in a few minutes, can see in the screen different quotes from our different schools where the children highlight the benefit to be part to your program. Thank you so much. You want to say a few words before?
How you doing? My name is Detective Gonzalez. I work for the Elizabeth Police Department Juvenile Division. I created a program called Youth Empowerment Program. And what that is I administer through 6th through 9th grade a reactive, interactive program where it encompasses Halloween costumes and music. And with that, I pretty much focus on kids' struggles, whether it be suicide, whether it be depression, whether it be anything related in my division that I handle. Since I started this 2 years ago, I was only in an in-class setting. I had a few props, 2 cones. I was gearing more towards 5th grade, but I felt as a juvenile detective that they needed an outlet through me, through our police officers, instead of having that image that police are the enemy. And the whole thing is every officer that helps me has gone through struggles. Every officer that's on my panel that's here today has contributed tremendously through this program. And I would be remiss not to acknowledge them, because these children have come out in numbers, disclosing things that are happening in their household, outside of school, inside of school, and I provide the resources for them. I provide friendship. I provide an open line of communication for all of them. And any of these children that ask me for advice, I will never turn my back on them, no matter what race, no matter what sexual preference, no matter what gender. Because the way I treat these kids is through the heart. And if these educators can't get through them, we have to work hand in hand, then I will. But they need to know that I'm not a monster. They need to know that I am human and I bleed just like them. So, again, I'm going to acknowledge my people, and you are here not to defend the program. You are here as a highlight to my program. I cannot do this without you, and each and every one that's here, minus 2 people, deserves recognition, deserves an applause, and I hope that you would give them an applause right now, please. I need my officers to come here with this box. I hate to put you guys on blast, but it was the only way I can get the most of you here. But first, just so you know, this is the Youth Empowerment Program. And this is my face. But without them, this will never be successful. Without them, it would never be effective. Without the support of the Board of Ed, In particular, Ralph Cortez and Olga. It was a chance that they took to have me do this because it's raw. And when I say raw, it's about real topics. But all I can tell you is my family members in here, do not look at me as a stranger. Look at me as a friend. Look at me as a parent that I am. Look at me as a detective who's been on here for 30 years, 15 years in juvenile. Look at me as the person that was suicidal before. The person that wanted to take his life. I was depressed, I had anxiety, and I wanted to kill myself. But understand, all these officers that do this, a lot of times that think this way, they don't make it the next day. And I made it by going through therapy. I made it by opening up. I made it by telling people that it's okay to be afraid and it's okay to say something if you're feeling messed up inside. And I know students go through this. We hear it all over. But my Elizabeth students here know that this is our open line. And if they're struggling and they don't have confidence with somebody, they're going to come to either one of us all day, every day. And once again, I am not afraid to tell anyone I was suicidal. I'm not afraid to tell anyone I was in a dark place. I am a cop, I am human, but I am here for your children. And I am that extra outlet for you so we can get it together and they can succeed. In Elizabeth, in an urban area, when we're destined to fail from people that look outside in. And the only way we can do it, if the families work with the cops and the cops work with the teachers, the ones that care. And these are my people that care. And so you know, in case your kids are wondering, hey, there's a nice presentation that Detective Gonzalez does. So you know they're going to be in my hands. And I will take care of all of them. The ones that need help, the ones that need a little bit of counseling, and the ones that are lost. So again, before they do this, if I can give out the hoodies out to some of these people. I get emotional when I talk about my suicide and depression. It triggers me. It bothers me. So every time I talk about this and they know, it almost makes me want to cry. Because how could I think Detective Gonzalez wanted to kill himself? It looks like he's got everything in the world. But you know what it is? I found out that I had everything in the world once I opened up. Once I found out who cared. Once I talked to someone. That's when I really had my true people next to me. And just so you know, once again, I will never let any of you down. I will never let any parent down who needs to speak to me. I am here, and everybody knows that I am. I'm not a 9-to-5 detective. I'm all day, all around, 24/7. So I'm going to give this out there.
Thank you, Detective Gonzalez. All guys.
So the first one has to go to the queen.
Thank
Wait, this one, maybe a bigger one. Hold on. Let's switch this one. I got a small one here for you. Oh, wait. All right. We're going to have to switch the small one. I'll give it to you when I come back. Thank you very much. Okay. Now, I went like the Latino dude in my bolsas and I put it in here, so don't mind me. Juan Ramirez, please give a round of applause. All right. Ya, la bolsa, sí, tenemos la bolsa y tenemos Goya también.
Thank you so much. We can take a group picture. Welcome everyone to our Board of, excuse me. Ready? Okay. Welcome everyone to our Board of Education meeting of the Elizabeth Board of Education. Ladies and gentlemen, good evening. This is a combined regular agenda and business meeting of the Elizabeth Board of Education. Pursuant of New Jersey statutes and the rule adopted by the Board of Education, notice of this meeting was sent to the Star Ledger and Cablevision on October 17, 2023. In addition, this notice is posted on the bulletin board in the lobby of 500 North Broad Street, and pursuant to this act, a copy has been filed with the City Clerk of Elizabeth, New Jersey. We want to welcome everyone present here at Mabel Holmes, School Number 5 Annex, and to our television viewers to this October 18, 2023 meeting of the Board of Education. We are here to govern, provide management, oversight, and make policy for the district. The superintendent manages the district. This is a meeting of the board in public, not as a meeting of the public. Excuse me. Okay, thank you. This meeting is being recorded and will become part of the Elizabeth Board of Education permanent record. In order that the recording be adequately reflect the proceeding, please refrain from talking while others are speaking. The presiding officer may interrupt, word, or terminate speaking when talking becomes personally direct, abuse, obscene, or irrelevant. Request any individual to leave the meeting when the person do not observe reasonable decorum. Request the assistance of law enforcement officer in the removal of the disorderly person when the person conduct interfere with the orderly progress of the meeting. Call for recess or adjournment to another time when the lack of public decorum so interfering with the orderly conduct of the meeting as to warranting so action. We also ask that you silence the sound of your electronic device. Sign is legally mandated that this proceeding be adequately recorded. We may to ask for orderly periodically show noise begin to interfere with our recording capability. We are pleased that you had take the time this evening to join us here for our Board of Education meeting. Thank you for your interest in the Elizabeth Public School. There will be a public portion for citizens to address the board participants. For the public portion, most personalities sign in prior to the start of the meeting so that they may have the opportunity to speak. The signing sheet state name, address, telephone number, and the reason that the person want to comment, whether it's agenda item or general education comment. Please welcome Mr. Kennedy.
Barbosa, Carvalho, Dorsley,
Here.
Jacobs,
Present.
Moreno Ortega, Neron, Goncalves Pastana,
Present.
Rivera,
Here.
Chevras.
Here. Please stand for the moment of silence for Mirta Gomez, retired general worker, Daniel Manins, retired principal, Albert O'Connor, retired librarian, media specialist, and Virginia Griffin, retired secretary. Thank you. Please remain standing. In October of each School year districts throughout the state of New Jersey observe the Week of Respect during the first week of the month and School Violence Awareness Week during the third week of the month as part of the Anti-Bullying Bill of Rights Act. As we observe school violence awareness this week, I thought it was important to expand beyond our school community to share our compassion for those affected by the conflict taking place in Israel, the continued war in the Ukraine, and the conflict and acts of violence that continue to take place through the world. As one of the most diverse urban school districts in the state that's represented by students and team members for various countries, cultural, and religious backgrounds, it's imperative that we continue to offer support to one another and continue to recognize our difference as an opportunity for learning, understanding, and celebrate as opposed that an opportunity for conflict, bullying, and violence. The Elizabeth Board of Education offer is on awareness support to each and all members for our community who help make our school and city special. On behalf of the board and our school community, we like to take a brief moment of silent reflection to offer our thoughts and prayers to all those affected by war, violence, and conflict, with the hope that in this troubling time, peace and acceptance will be prevailed. Thank you. Please remain standing for the presentation of the colors. Thank you. Please remain standing for the Pledge of Allegiance and the Star Spangled Banner. Board Member Rivera, please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
What so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets' red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Thank you.
Ready, cut! Forward!
Please give it our Admiral William F. Olsey Junior Health and Public Safety Academy J.R. Ortiz a round of applause. Board Member Pestana, please lead us in the Pledge of the Earth.
As a member of the Elizabeth Public Schools professional learning community, I will treat people as I wish to be treated. To do that, I pledge to understand that the school community is a special place. Listen respectfully when someone else is speaking by paying close attention and not interrupting. Speak in a calm voice and use proper language. Dress appropriately for teaching and learning. Inspire the best in myself and others by celebrating successes and learning from mistakes. Care about others by demonstrating acts of kindness, and be a lifelong learner by taking every opportunity to learn from others.
Okay, thank you. You can take a seat. Commissioner Rivera, can you read the resolution for Daniel Mannings, retired principal from School 19?
Yep, okay. Whereas Daniel L. Maines, born August 22nd, 1946, attended the Elizabeth Public Schools, including Marquis Lafayette Junior High School and Thomas Jefferson High School, of which he was a graduate of the class of 1964. And whereas Daniel L. Maines continued his education at Bloomfield College, receiving his bachelor's degree in mathematics in 1970 and his master's degree in administration and supervision in 1978. And whereas Daniel L. Maines returned to Elizabeth Public Schools in 1970 to start his long career in education with the district, first serving as mathematics teacher at the former Grover Cleveland Junior High School, where he developed an outstanding rapport with his students while instilling the importance of mathematics and its application to everyday life. And whereas Daniel L. Maines was appointed vice principal at the former Grover Cleveland Middle School in 1979, where he helped ensure the smooth operations of daily activities in a warm, compassionate learning environment where students had the best opportunity to attain their goals. And whereas Daniel L. Maines was appointed principal in 1986 at Abraham Lincoln School number 14 and eventually at Woodrow Wilson School number 19, where he motivated team members and students to give the best of themselves in the pursuit of reaching their full potential and ensured building operations ran smoothly through his steadfast leadership. And whereas throughout his 40 years of distinguished service, Daniel L. Maines inspired countless students to pursue their dreams and faculty members to achieve their career ambitions. And whereas the Elizabeth Board of Education and the Elizabeth Public Schools of Professional Learning Community were saddened to learn of Daniel M. Maines' recent passing and expressed their sympathy and heartfelt sorrow to his family, friends, and loved ones. And now therefore be it resolved that the joy, passion, and purpose with which Daniel L. Maines lived each day of his life and served the students of the Elizabeth community serve as an inspiration to us all. Be it further resolved that the resolution be spread on the official minutes of the Board of Education and a copy of this resolution to be presented to his family.
Madam President.
Thank you, Commissioner Rivera.
Madam President.
Yes, Commissioner Jacob.
Yes, I'd like to just take a second and, acknowledge the loss of any of our staff members, but especially Dr. Manes, because I recall being a parent in School 19, and Dr. Manes frequently would go on the loudspeaker and talk to the whole school, and he would give words of wisdom. And, he was such a pivotal and inspirational person, so it is a great loss to our community, but any loss of life from any of our staff is always a sorrow. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Commissioner Jacob. Now, I will have our superintendent of the school to share the community updates.
Good evening. Introducing Alexander Hamilton Preparatory Academy's student representative to the Board of Education, Ms. Priscilla Jimenez. Throughout her high school career, Priscilla has served in various leadership positions. As a freshman, she was elected president of her class council. As a sophomore, she was elected secretary of student government, while also serving as president of the sophomore council. During her junior year, Priscilla served as secretary for student government. As a senior, Priscilla proudly serves as president of student government at Hamilton Preparatory Academy. As student government president, she was the head coordinator of Back to School Night last month. During her junior year, Priscilla was awarded first place for her essay entry in the Black Women Lawyers of New Jersey Association essay contest. Priscilla also serves as a student athlete, as a key member of the Elizabeth girls tennis team, and currently Priscilla participates as president of student government, member of student council, member of Avid Leadership Club, and a member of Elizabeth High School's Speech and Debate Club. Priscilla is thrilled and honored to be added as a student representative to the Board of Education to her resume. We'd like to welcome our student representative, Ms. Priscilla Jimenez.
Mr. Kennedy, can you please include our student representative in the roll call to have the record reflect Ms. Priscilla Jimenez attending this evening?
Honored to do so. Welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Kennedy. Mr. Kennedy, please read the public participation statement.
At this time, the microphones are open for public comment to those who have signed in prior to this session. We shall call individuals to the microphone based on the order of the sign-in. Each statement made by a participant shall be limited to 3 minutes in duration. The total time of public comment shall be limited to 60 minutes. No individual is able to yield their time to another individual. All statements shall be directed to the presiding officer. No participant may address or question board members individually. The following rules for public participation shall apply. Time limits will be strictly enforced. No personal attacks on individuals. No vulgar or indecent language. A person may address the board no more than once during a single meeting. Speakers should refrain from naming individuals. Comments or questions posed during public participation will not be debated. The presiding officer may interrupt, warn, or terminate a participant's statement when the statement is too lengthy, personally directed, abusive, obscene, or irrelevant. Requests any individual to leave the meeting when the person does not observe reasonable decorum. Requests the assistance of law enforcement officers in the removal of a disorderly person when that person's conduct interferes with the orderly progress of the meeting. Call for a recess or an adjournment to another time when the lack of public decorum so interferes with the orderly conduct of the meeting as to warrant such action. As a reminder, this is a meeting of the board in public, not a meeting of the public.
Thank you, Mr. Kennedy. And the first participant is Diane Kennedy.
Thank you. Get on. Thank you. I'm basically here just for me tonight to share some concerns that I have. I know many of you up there, and you probably know me. I teach kindergarten, and I love what I do from the heart. I absolutely loved the pre-K presentation tonight from those little ones. I've been doing this for 27 years, and I've seen a lot of changes. I teach 5-year-olds, and some of them came in this year as 4-year-olds. I've been doing a lot of assessing, and a lot of assessing in the past 27 days. And I'm tired. I'm really tired. I've given my little people 4 assessments since the school year started. We sat in a 2-day professional development right before the school year began, and we're told that we're getting another assessment from the state. A kindergarten entry assessment. I don't even know what that means. I just feel like I'm assessing too much. I want to spend time with my kids. The first month, I wanted just to spend time with them. I wanted to get to know them. I wanted them to get to know me. I feel like we're pushing our kids through their academic journey. I want them to be like the pre-K children up here. I want them to go out to the playground. I want them to play. We don't even have time to play anymore. They have laptops. They have little fingers. They have to go Control-Alt-Delete. They have to put in a password. They have to get on class links. They have to navigate 3 academic platforms. They are 5. It's hard. They should have time to explore more. I missed some of the deadlines, and I'm gonna be honest. I missed some of the deadlines to hand in. I'm human. I am human. And I'm not gonna rush to put in false data. I wanna spend time with my kids. This is my individual concern. I'm not complaining, but I think that we need to step back and think about what are we doing for our little people. They have 12 more years, and they're 5. I want them to have fun. I think we are failing in time management, giving the team members the time to do the assessments, to input all the grades. I don't know. I think that we should be rewarding the teachers who are staying. I know my time is running out. I have so much more to say. I am sending another letter to all of you. I hope that you read it with an open heart. Thank you.
Thank you so much. The next participant, Samad Siddiqui.
Good evening. I'm here because I have a special needs child at home who has not been in school for almost 120 days between 2022-23 and this year. I'm here to explain why this district and why Special Services has failed my son repeatedly. On May 25th of 2023, I received a call from my son's school stating that he was turning blue and that we needed to come and pick him up so that he could be evaluated at a hospital. At no time did anyone in the school call 911. At no time, which is already a violation of a law in and of itself. When my wife arrived to see what was going on, he had an oxygen mask on. There were no orders for him to have oxygen from a medical standpoint from any of his physicians. So we don't understand what happened. We've not received answers to those questions despite repeated questioning, repeated emails, repeated communication. I have not sent my son to school since then. I would be derelict in my duty as a parent if I sent my child to a place where his physical, medical, or psychological safety was not guaranteed. I would be derelict in my duty as a parent. I'm here today because we have out-of-district placement. That was part of the plan before this incident happened, and we've been trying to get the wheels moving on it for the last 5 weeks, 6 weeks easily. In August, his nursing was taken out of his IEP. The IEP, we contested it immediately. Before that, his personal nurse was allowed to sit outside his classroom contrary to his IEP without our knowledge and without our authorization. That's also something that places the district out of compliance with the law. I'm here because I need a resolution. My son deserves to be in school. He's mostly nonverbal, but he comes up to my wife and I every night and says in complete sentences, I want to go to school. He sees his sisters going to school and feels left out. He's regressed in his ability because he's not had instructional time or therapy that's due to him through his IEP for almost since May 25th. So count the days, more than 2 months, 3 months. He didn't get to do ESY this year. He didn't get to do any of those things because we weren't assured that he'd be in an environment where he'd be taken care of properly. So with respect, I get that it's hard, but I pay taxes. I'm a taxpayer. That money goes to, part of that money goes towards the district. The district gets funding from the state, from the federal governments for each special education child, but my child hasn't gotten any benefit from any of that money. And it's not acceptable. It's not. There's no accountability, and that's also not acceptable. If I ask a question, if I send an email, I deserve a timely response. That has not been happening. So with respect, I need an answer. Thank you.
Thank you. The next participant, Maria Medeiros.
Good evening, everyone. Well, first and all, last month I came aggressive against Ms. Cedeno, and I owe her an apology. And I don't do that. Everybody knows I don't apologize. But I am sorry. I came to find out that you were not given the message. And that's a problem that we're having, Olga. I left another message with your secretaries, okay, on Monday. And I went to your secretary, with Sandra again. I asked your 2 secretaries, why didn't you call me back? And they told me that they did not get my message. If she has a problem with me, tell her to call me up and we could talk about it. Okay? I just don't see why people don't get messages. And I have to come up here and attack an innocent person. That's one. 2, also I've been getting phone calls about my grandkids not going to school. I turned around and I went after my granddaughter for the past 3 days saying that she's not in school. She's been testing, but used constantly with the call saying that she's not in school while she's taking her test for the 12th grade. That's something that you have to fix because a lot of parents were getting the same calls like I am. Okay, with special ed, my daughter is here with me today. She asked for help at Hamilton. She didn't not get. She's been trying to get in touch with the IEP. No answer. I'm here today. She's going to get her answers today because I'm tired of coming up here saying the same thing. So once again, let's resolve the problem. Once again, Ms. Cedeno, I do owe you an apology. Cortez, I used the word that I shouldn't have used. I apologize for that. But this is the last time I'm apologizing up here. Thank you.
Thank you. The last participant, Araceli Espinosa. Mr. Kennedy, correct me, the participant need translation? Araceli Espinosa. Okay.
Mr. Cortez, I may need your assistance with translation, please.
¿Necesita asistencia para traducirle? Okay.
Buenas noches a todos.
Good evening, everyone.
Mi nombre es Araceli Espinosa.
My name is, ¿cómo fue otra?
Araceli Espinosa.
Araceli Espinosa.
Bueno, yo vine a resolver un asunto, pero creo que ya está solucionado. Le doy las gracias aquí al secretario de la señora Olga.
Perdón. She had an issue, but she's saying that I'm helping her resolve it.
Espero no tener que volver a recurrir a esto. Yo confío en que me van a resolver el asunto que yo vine a tratar. Muchas gracias.
She's confident that we will resolve her issue tonight.
Thank you so much. At this time, I close the public comment portion of this meeting. And now I go to excuse myself for the rest of the meeting, and our Vice President go to lead the meeting for the rest of the night. Commissioner Dorjoli, continue.
Thank you, Madam President. Good evening, everyone. Good evening.
Good evening.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. Our Superintendent of Schools will continue the community updates at this time. Madam Superintendent.
Thank you, Madam Vice President. At this time, I would like to take a moment and introduce our Supervisor of HIB, Mr. Peter Vossler. Mr. Vossler will be presenting this evening, assessing our performance under the Anti-Bullying Bill of Rights Act for the 22-23 school year. Mr. Vossler? I'm going to ask you to take a seat here in the front. Welcome to the dais.
Good evening, everybody. Good evening, board members, Superintendent Hugelmeyer, community members, and fellow staff. Tonight I'm going to be presenting and assessing our performance under the Anti-Bullying Bill of Rights for the 2022 and 2023 school year. So why is a no bully zone so important to our school community? Next slide. All school districts in the state of New Jersey are required to implement the Anti-Bullying Bill of Rights, which was signed into law in 2011. A rubric was developed by the state to aid the districts in assessing the school's efforts and improving them. The rubric consists of 8 core elements and 26 indicators, and each indicator can receive a score of 0 to 3 points. This rubric is designed to be a growth model intended to enhance school district programs and implementation. Next slide. So basically, at the end of each school year, our school safety and climate teams come together and they go through this self-assessment that I'm about to go through to score themselves and how well they are implementing the Anti-Bullying Bill of Rights law. So the first core element consists of 5 indicators, A through E, and it talks about how well we implemented our programs, approaches, and initiatives at each of our schools. So in order for our schools to meet the requirement, which would be a score of 2 for each of these indicators, the school would have to establish, implement, and assess HIB programs and have involved various groups, which include our school staff, students, administrators, volunteers, parents, law enforcement, and community members. In order for our schools to meet the requirements for these indicators, each school also needs to show that their HIB programs, approaches, and initiatives were designed to create school-wide conditions to prevent and address HIB, and that each school safety team has identified patterns of HIB and reviewed school climate policies to prevent bullying. Next slide. The second element is on our training on the board policy that consists of 3 indicators, A through C. For each school to have met the requirements for these indicators, all employees and students would have been provided with training on our district policy that included instruction on preventing HIB based on the protected categories and distinguishing characteristics. Next slide. The third core element is on other staff instruction and training programs, 5 indicators, A through E. For our schools to meet the requirements here, all teaching staff members and administrators would have to have completed instruction in HIB prevention and suicide prevention that included information on HIB during their 5-year professional development period. And if all haven't been trained, there is a plan to do so. Also, for schools to meet the requirements in this area, all anti-bully specialists have to have been permitted release time to receive in-service training to act as the school's anti-bully specialist. Here in Elizabeth, we meet a minimum of 4 times per school year, where all of the anti-bully specialists, alternates, are thoroughly trained to act as our school's anti-bully specialists. And in addition to meet the requirements for this element, the members of our school safety and climate teams at each school would have received professional development in successful school climate programming. Next slide. The fourth core element is on curriculum and instruction of HIB and related informational skills. To meet the requirements here, the schools have to show evidence of age-appropriate instruction to all students on preventing bullying throughout the school year, and that is aligned with our New Jersey learning standards. Also, schools would have evidence that they observed the Week of Respect, which is the first week of October each school year, and have had featured activities recognizing the importance of character education by providing age-appropriate instruction on bullying prevention. All of our district schools here in Elizabeth implement extensive instruction to our students during the Week of Respect, which just passed, and this can include various types of class lessons, guest speakers that address the dangers of cyberbullying and the importance of internet safety, and many schools hold different contests to make the week not only educational, but fun. Next slide. The fifth core element that our schools assess themselves on is on our HIB personnel. It's 3 indicators, A through C. For our schools to meet requirements here, the schools need to show evidence that the principal appointed an ABS, anti-bully specialist, to perform those duties, that they perform the duties, and that that each school has the name, school phone number, school address, and the email address of the anti-bully specialist and the district coordinator on their school's website. There also have to be evidence to show that each school's ABS met with the coordinator at least twice during the school year to discuss and strengthen procedures to prevent and address bullying. Also, each school's safety teams were to have met at least twice per school year, and the appropriate school staff and a parent are included on the team, and that HIB complaints and school climate issues were discussed at these meetings. Next slide. The sixth core element consists of our school level incident reporting procedure. So schools assess themselves on these indicators to demonstrate that all responsible school staff implemented all the requirements of the Anti-Bullying Bill of Rights, including any anonymous reporting, verbal reports, and written reports. The schools would need to have verbally reported any potential acts of bullying, either witnessed or received reliable information regarding a potential act, to the building principal, on the same day it occurs. The staff would then have to submit a written report on the new State 338 forms to the principal within 2 days of the verbal report for all potential cases. There also needs to be a means for parents to confidentially submit a 338 form, which is called the HIB 338 Family Caregiver Form, which is posted on our district website. Also, to meet requirements in this area, any new information that were to become available, that the district has a procedure for reporting this to update any investigation. Next slide. The seventh core element consists of our HIB investigation procedure process, 4 indicators A through D. And in order for our schools to meet requirements in this area, parents of all our alleged offenders and victims were to have been notified in all of our investigations and were informed of the availability of counseling or other intervention services when needed. Schools must also affirm that all investigations were completed within 10 school days and that a written report was conducted for all of these investigations. Also, after the completion of each investigation, there needs to be evidence that the results of all the investigations were reported to the superintendent within 2 days of the investigation's completion. And our last core element is on HIB reporting. Next slide, number 8. That is element 8, 2 indicators A and B. For our schools to meet requirements under this, they would have to demonstrate evidence that the school has a procedure for ensuring that staff members report required information for all incidents of violence, vandalism, and bullying, and that there is a process to ensure all reports include all required information. And finally, to meet the requirements for these indicators, all schools would have to have posted on their school's homepage and the district's homepage their official HIB grades once approved from the Department of Education. Generally, the state approvals have been received towards the end of each school year for the previous year, and the official grades for that year are posted within 2 weeks to our district's homepage and each of our schools' individual websites. Next slide. So again, I just went through the rubric of how our schools score themselves for each of those areas. The scoring consists of they can score themselves as 0, 1, 2, or 3. 0 does not meet any requirements. 1 partially meets the requirements. 2 meets the requirements, and 3 exceeds the requirements. So out of the 26 indicators, if every school exceeded the requirement and scored a 3, the highest possible score any school could have would be a 78. Next slide. A score of 52, which would be a 2 for each of those areas in the 26 areas, a score of 52 would state that on average all of the indicators have been met or the schools are generally doing what they're required to do. So our schools for the 22-23 school year ranged from a high of a 77 score, so 1 under exceeding every requirement, to a low of a 60, which also meets the requirements. So all 37 of our schools scored a 60 or higher, which meets and exceeds the requirements of complying with the law. And the average score across all 37 schools was a 68, which is consistent as to the 21-22 school year. So the self-assessment process, once those assessments are completed, they are then input onto the Department of Education website. The results are then presented to the public, as I'm doing now. We obtain approvals from the Board of Education with the superintendent's assurances, and they will be submitted to the Department of Education once approved tomorrow. Next slide. And this is a breakdown of, from the 22-23 school year, what each of our schools scored. So Benjamin Franklin School 13 had the high score of a 77, stating that they were 1 from exceeding every requirement in all of the indicators I just went over, down to Dr. Martin Luther King School 52 with a 73. Next slide. And as we continue along, Winfield Scott number 2 scored a 72. down through Victor Moravlak, number 21, with a 69. Next slide. Dr. Orlando Adrera Academy, School 26, with a 68. Down to school number 6 with a 64. And the next slide, iPrep Academy, 63, down through Thomas Edison Career and Technical Academy with a 60. And you see the district average when you average all scores together of a 68. Okay, next slide. So as we continue with the presentation, this is from our 22-23 school year. Education is our passport to the future, for tomorrow belongs to the people who prepare for it today. Next slide. As we look at our highlights of our anti-bullying work to date, and as we just finished last week, the Week of Respect is always the first week of October, where all of our schools develop activities focusing on SEL, character education, and anti-bullying. We have district training for team members monthly throughout the school year. I attend state and county training throughout the year to act as the coordinator for the district. We contract with various community partners have guest speakers at our schools, which include Breaking the Cycle, which is a community assembly. We have cyberbullying and internet safety training through the Union County Prosecutor's Office. We have 2 detectives that come in through our schools and conduct these trainings throughout the school year. There's various HIB and character education programming through PBSIS, Panorama Education, the Bully Busting Curriculum, our Harmony Power, Universal Harmony Day coming up and awards, and our Relationship Violence Prevention Training. We also use our Hipster electronic reporting system, which documents all of our investigations, and we are in our 10th year using that. And our partner of Panorama Education, which is, we are in our 6th year of partnering with them for the SEL programming, where we survey all of our students and parents from grades 3 through 12 to hear our student voice to provide interventions and feedback. Next slide. And this is just various general artworks throughout the district. All the schools submit their activities for the Week of Respect, and these are various pictures and paintings that our students conducted last school year during the Week of Respect. Next slide. As we march for equal rights, focus on humanity and human rights. Next slide. Some more Week of Respect activities at our various schools and multicultural events. Next slide. Building connections, JVJ STEM Academy, and the various community service projects that our various schools conduct. There's some more pictures there. Next slide. And the work ahead of us. As we continue to complete these assessments each year, we will analyze each of them by school, ensuring ongoing parental involvement in our school safety and climate teams at all of our schools, and working with the safety and climate teams to improve the school climate at all of our schools every year. And most importantly, focus on providing the most effective and appropriate interventions and consequences to efficiently resolve our bullying investigations. A lot of times we focus on, the importance, of course, of following the policy and conducting the investigations and making a finding, but most importantly, what interventions and consequences are we using for our alleged victims and offenders so that we resolve these incidents to move forward. And implementing and proactively addressing SEL, HIB, and character education in person and virtually programming for all of our schools. So as we wrap up the presentation, some more pictures throughout the Week of Respect at all of our different schools. Also, the after-school SEL program, these are pictures that we have had now for the 2nd year. Each of our schools conduct an after-school social emotional learning program for select groups of students at our schools. So that wraps up our self-assessment for the 22-23 school year. And are there any questions?
Mr. Vasa, can you please present the HIB report for this
Sure.
month? Thank you.
And the last presentation is our monthly HIB report from our last board meeting through Monday, the 16th of October. So pursuant to Board Policy 5131.1 on harassment, intimidation, and bullying, and our New Jersey statute, the results of each of our HIB investigations are to be reported to the Board of Education no later than the date of the next board meeting following completion of each investigation. That report is to include any services provided, trainings that were established, discipline that may have been imposed, or any other actions that were recommended by the superintendent. So since our last board meeting on September 20th and through October 16th, our district school counselors, school social workers, and supervisor of anti-bullying completed 39 HIB investigations. Of these investigations, 15 cases were founded for HIB as per New Jersey law. There were 17 males, 38 females, 49 regular education students, and 6 special education students that were alleged victims. There were 36 males, 30 females, 54 regular education students, 11 special education students, and 1 non-student that were the alleged offenders. Of the services provided and actions taken for these investigations, there were 13 skill development lessons or trainings, 38 counseling sessions, 8 referrals for outpatient mental health treatment, 7 classroom changes, 2 changes of school placement, 5 administrative counseling sessions, 5 in-school detentions, 19 parent conferences, 4 referrals to outside agencies, 15 out-of-school suspensions, 1 professional development training, and 5 cases that are continuing to be monitored. Our HIB statute further requires that at the next regularly scheduled meeting after board members receive the initial report of investigations, that the board issue a decision in writing to affirm, reject, or modify the superintendent's decision pertaining to the 1 case that was reported to you at the last board meeting on September 20th. And in order for the board to do so, the investigation summary from this investigation from last month has been provided for your review prior to voting. And that summarizes our monthly report. Are there any questions?
Thank you so much for your reports. We appreciate that. At this time, we're going to have our superintendent give the New Jersey Department of Education 2022 to 2023 NJSLA performance report. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Vice President. So I'd like to ask our IT department, we'd like to be able to switch our presentations and now to the EPS Promise Goals and New Jersey State Assessments, please. Thank you very much. Next slide, please. So our promise goals that will be presented this evening for the class of 2023, and as a reminder to our community, we had launched a new 5-year strategic plan last year during the 22-23 school year. Our promise goals are the metrics that are aligned to our strategic plan. Next slide, please. So we would like to begin with our post-graduation plans by individual high school academy. Each year, our graduates complete a survey informing us of their plans for after leaving the Elizabeth Public Schools. And according to those results, more than 79% were planning to attend college or a technical school. Almost 4% plan to join the military, police, or fire departments, and nearly 17% were undecided or planning to go to work. And you're able to see on the slide before you these data for each of the respective high school academies. Next slide, please. So as we move on to promise goal number 2, 90% of Elizabeth Public Schools graduates will enroll in at least one advanced placement course. 57.4% of the class of 2023 took at least one AP course, with nearly 86% of Hamilton Academy's graduates taking at least one AP class and 100% of Ciccarel's Academy's class of 2023 taking at least one AP course. So you're able to see once again the data for each of the 8 high school academies. Next slide, please. Excuse me, actually for the 7 high school academies in the 23-24 school year, the current school year, JVJ now has a senior class. So the data is representative of the 7 high school academies. So now under Promise Goal 2, 90% of the EPS graduates will maintain at least a 3.0 GPA. So nearly 60% of the students in the class of 2023 graduated with a GPA of 3.0 or higher. The average GPA of the class of 2023 was 3.152. So once again, you're able to see the average GPA by each respective academy, representing 7 academies. Next slide, please. We're now turning our attention to our 4-year high school graduation rate and the calculation changes. So beginning in the 2020-2021 school year, the New Jersey Department of Education was required to make changes to the calculation of the high school graduation rate for federal reporting purposes. So 2 versions begin to be reported. One is the state calculation, and then the federal calculation, which became the new calculation. And the federal calculation excludes students with disabilities whose IEP includes the following modifications or exemptions. It would be one of 3 areas: state course requirements, attendance requirements for graduations, or state graduation assessment requirements. Next slide, please. So now we're going to be able to take a look at Promise Goal number 3, which is we strive to have 90% of our EPS graduates graduating on time. We have these graduation rate calculations, of course, preliminary. Our final graduation data will be available anytime between October 31st and November 6th. The official will then be available at that time, but we'd like to be able to present our preliminary data as of October 17th, which is yesterday. So our district average, as has been calculated, is 86.8. Remember, we are striving for 90% of our graduates graduating on time within 4 years. And as you can see, our state calculation matches our federal calculation. And you were able to see that for each respective academy. Woolwich with a 92.1 graduation rate, Ciccarel with a 97.4, Dwyer with an 82.5 graduation rate, Edison with an 85.2 graduation rate, Halsey with a 76.3%, Hamilton with a 97.1%, and Jefferson with an 87.1%. So we're incredibly proud of our progress in this area with an 86.8% for the district. Next slide, please. So this is another way in which to look at our data. It has increased by more than 28% over time when we're looking at 2011 through 2023 and examining the data through the state's calculation. So you're able to see before you the progress in our district. Next slide, please. And now you're able to see that same data broken out by individual academy. Next slide, please. And then the on-time graduation, you're able to see by ethnicity, and all of our measurable demographic groups are graduating at similar rates. So it's really exciting for us to be able to see those gaps closing, because that is the goal of the Elizabeth Public Schools, to be able to close and ultimately eliminate the achievement gaps. We next are able to see that on-time graduation by gender. So looking at how our male students are performing, our female students are performing. Next slide, please. And then you're able to see by economic status. Next slide, please. So on July 5th, 2022, the governor had signed Public Law 2022, which requires the State Board of Education to administer the NJGPA as a field test for the class of 2023. The law also prohibits the results of the NJGPA field test, a substitute competency test, or portfolio appeal from being used as the prerequisite for graduation for those students expected to graduate in the class of 2023. Therefore, we do not have a graduation pathway data to report for cohort 2023 at this time. So we're now going to turn our attention to the New Jersey Student Learning Assessment. Also would like to be able to recognize some of the comments that were made this evening by one of our kindergarten teachers. The state does require assessments, and it's certainly, I understand from a teacher's perspective, the impact that it has, because it's a lot of time in which we are assessing children, but they are state requirements, just as what I'm going to present this evening. We just completed the New Jersey GPA test assessment to our 11th grade students. So these are all ways in which the State Department measures the progress of a school district, the progress of students in achieving the standards. So I now turn to our presentation, and the question is, so how did we perform on our assessments 2 years coming out of the pandemic? So as you know, the federal and state regulations require all students to be assessed in elementary school, middle school, and high school. We will begin with our performance in math, but I'd like to take a moment to be able to review with the public the requirements. Those students in grades 3 through 9 were administered the grade level assessment for English language arts. The students in grades 3 through 6 were administered the grade level assessment for mathematics. Students in grade 7 were administered the grade level assessment for mathematics or Algebra 1, depending on the content that was taught. Students in grade 8 were administered the Algebra 1 or Geometry course, depending on the content that was taught. Students in high school were administered the Algebra 1, Geometry, or Algebra 2 course assessment, depending on the content taught. And lastly, students in grades 5, 8, and 11 were administered the assessment for science. So now let's take a look at our next slide, which is our math performance. So you're able to see the data before you as we progress through our performance. The blue bars are our performance for Elizabeth, while the green bars are the performance for the state of New Jersey. So you're able to see the performance in math by grade level and also by content. Next slide, please. In grades 3 and 4, we see a greater increase in math than what was seen across the state in mathematics. In grade 3, we grew by over 10%, while the state grew just over 1%. And in grade 4, we grew by more than 37%, which is nearly triple the growth across the state. And this was a priority area for us coming out of the pandemic and seeing our data from the 21-22 school year. We spent a great deal of time in professional learning communities with all of our administrators, and in turn, our administrators spent time with teachers, reviewing data, reviewing strategies, and examining mathematics performance and ensuring that fidelity to the curriculum with the appropriate interventions, we were able to see the results, as you can see for grades 3 and 4. As we continue on, this continues to be the case in grade 5 and 6. You're able to see the rate of growth in comparison to the state, right? The Elizabeth performance exceeds the state's performance. And as we continue on in grade 7, the state performance dipped a little and our performance increased by nearly 10%. In Algebra 1, we grew by 17%, while the state's growth was less than 1%. Next slide, please. And this growth trend continues through Geometry and Algebra 2. Next slide, please. In this slide, you can see the 2023 math performance of students across the demographics groups that we serve in Elizabeth. Next slide, please. And now we're looking at NJSLA ELA performance. So here you see that we performed much better in the English language arts in comparison to mathematics. In grade 7, we nearly matched the performance across the state, and our 9th graders exceeded the performance of the state as a whole. Next slide, please. Students in grades 3 did not perform as well in 2023 as they did in 2022 in ELA, and that was the case across the state, as you can see here. Although we grew a little in grade 4 ELA, it was less than the growth across the state. Next slide, please. And in grade 5, we see more growth in Elizabeth than across the state, but then we dropped a little in grade 6. Grades 7 and 8 grew more than the state, with more than 24% growth in grade 8. And now as we're taking a look at grade 9, as highlighted earlier, for the last 2 years, our 9th graders have outperformed the state as a whole in English language arts. Next slide. And here you see our ELA performance by demographic group. My IT folks are moving quickly. Here you see the science performance for grades 5, 8, and 11 in Elizabeth Public Schools compared to the state. So clearly our emphasis has been on ELA and mathematics, and we now need to ensure that we're providing that same attention to science. Next, and in grades 5 and 8 are trending just like the math, with the growth in Elizabeth exceeding the rate of growth across the state. But as you can see, we are behind in grade 11 performance. So that is the focus for this school year. And finally, you can see the performance by demographic group in science on this side, on this slide. Excuse me. Next slide, please. We now turn to the dynamic learning maps. The dynamic learning map assessment, or DLM, as we call it, is administered to the students with the most significant cognitive disabilities. Less than 2% of the students participate in this assessment, and it's an alternate assessment that's made available to students to whom the NJSLA would have been inappropriate. Next slide. Thank you. Like NJSLA, it's administered to students in grades 3 to 8. However, at the high school level, students are only assessed in grade 11. Students are scored in 4 categories: emerging, approaching, at target, and advanced. Students who are performing at target and advanced are considered to have passed the DLM. Although students are assessed with the DLM once in high school in grade 11, there are some instances when a student may have been unable to test at that time, so was assessed in grade 12. This slide shows the performance on the DLM for English language arts. And now we turn our attention to the performance in mathematics. And as with NJSLA, only grades 5, 8, and 11 are assessed in science. And now you may be asking, in terms of how do we support our students so that they are able to improve their performance, improve the proficiency rate, which will in the end help them to be college and career ready. So we'd like to begin with the interventions for English language arts. So of course, for general education, we continue the revision of activities and curricula to include differentiation of the lessons for all learners. We have Foundations A to Z to support literacy skills in grades K to 5. We have decodable texts from RAS Plus to support teacher-led small group instruction and independent reading. We continue with the integration of multicultural and diverse and authentic tests for read-alouds, guided reading, texts at the various levels, and they're theme aligned. We have embedded program interventions to support literacy, focused on reading, writing, and vocabulary for children in grades K to 3. We have grammar mini lessons to support writing, and then we have My Access online writing, which assists students with writing and literacy in grades 3 to 12, and incorporation of text and prompts that are 1 to 2 grade levels below to address differentiation. Next slide, please. As we continue on, we have had a long-term partnership with Children's Literacy Initiative, job embedded coaching and professional development to support K to 5, specifically in small and group instruction and foundational skills. We have coaching for our middle school language arts teachers to support comprehension strategies, academic writing. We have also additional support to provide exposure to academic writing, updated assessments, supplemental resources, district and school level data analysis on benchmarks, evidence statements, and performance summaries. We have lunchtime tutoring. We have after-school programs supporting literacy and writing. We have the NJSLA Saturday intensification program for students in grades 3 to 9. And we have instructional coaching to support our new teachers and our priority schools based on student performance. And as we now take a look at the supports available for our bilingual students, and bilingual students are now referred to by the state as multilingual learners, we have the Transitional Bilingual Program, which prepares our students for a monolingual general education setting by using the native language to strengthen their academic performance. And then, of course, we have the alignment to everything that we offer in general education in our ELA curriculum and benchmark assessments for both ELA and ESL, and continuously reviewing our demographics and the various languages that are spoken in our district to hire appropriate personnel and identify those supports for the students. Bilingual and ESL teacher leaders develop focused professional development. The supervisors participate in the Children's Literacy Initiative meetings at the district and school level, and also the importance of co-planning with our supervisors for the district professional development days in order to support our bilingual and ESL teachers. And we now turn to the next slide. As we continue with our multilingual learners, enrichment programs, everything from our summer programs to support our kindergarten and first graders, our point of entry program for grades K to 8, our best of both worlds program for 9 through 12, our summer enrichment program for K-12, our bilingual achievement strategies through 9-12, and of course all of the corresponding materials in order to support our students. And that includes the materials in a native language, translation of those effective strategies, integration of Amida, K-2, and Waggle. High school ESL novels are selected for the appropriate level of English language proficiency. And next slide. For our students with disabilities, we utilize the DRA assessment for our K-8 grade levels for in-class support and learning language disability English programs, DRA progress monitoring goals that target the literacy, continued multisensory reading programs for in kindergarten through 8th grade to increase fluency and phonemic awareness, ensuring that all of our special ed teachers are trained to implement guided reading lessons to increase student comprehension, and continuing to utilize abridged literature for our general education curriculum, as well as revisions in the curriculum for our special ed students with emphasis on multisensory learning, tiered instruction, and NJSLS, revisions to the general education curriculum to ensure we have targeted benchmarks that support NJSLA, and of course, similar to our bilingual and ESL, we have the supervisor co-planning for district professional development for special education teachers, as well as utilizing the Read 180 program. As we continue on with professional development, we have an emphasis on vocabulary instruction, training on scaffolding, understanding data to drive instruction, training on literacy best practices, job-embedded coaching to assist our teachers, 30-hour institutes for comprehensive plus Orton Gillingham Summer Training, 30 hours, Morphology Plus, Orton Gillingham Summer Training, training on close reading strategies, on intentional read-alouds, and on supporting conferencing in writing. Next slide, please. And for our multilingual learners, we have Esperanza Multisensory Approach Training for teachers in grades K to 3. We have Achieve 3000 training for our teachers to monitor student progress in K to 8 and also 9 through 12. We have the Children's Literacy Initiative on-site coaching to support our teachers, and the Cultures and Literacy Through Art, CALTA 21, training to provide our ESL and bilingual social studies teachers with strategies to support the 4 language domains. And as we continue on, this professional development in special education, we're utilizing our student data and IEPs to plan meaningful instruction, designing learning environments and appropriately scaffolded instruction, using the high scope curriculum for our preschool special ed teachers, multisensory reading and training, learning without tears, engineering the classroom environment to meet student abilities. We have the VB-MAP, ABLS and AFLS training, guided reading, Scholastic Edge program for K to 8, and Foundations of Reading for K-12 special education teachers, and of course the Read 180 program training. And next you see a similar approach in mathematics. So just as you saw the curricular alignment to the ELA instructional units, you see that in mathematics. You see the shared vision statements, the establishment of the goals, the problem solving to include extended constructed response questions. You see the daily routines are updated to include reasoning and number sense, effective engagement strategies, and sheltered instruction, vertical progression for each math concept from K to 7. For acceleration or intervention, you have the acceleration standards that include the current grade level curriculum to support progression to Algebra 1 in grade 8. You have dedicated days for NJSLA released items in order to further expose our students to having that critical test experience, implementation of calculator and non-calculator standards. Grade 6 through Algebra 2, clarification and examples of NJSLA mastery, and NJSLA intensification plans for grades 3 to Algebra 2. As we continue on, we have instructional coaches that support our new teachers and our priority schools based on the students' performance. You have the implementation of the math program Envision 2024 in grades K through 7 as the core program, and we're using Envision AGA in grade 8 for Algebra 1. Utilizing ST Math in K-5 in all schools, the use of Success Maker in order to complement the core program in K to 5, emphasizing student use of Success Maker in K to 5 and Mathia for geometry, Algebra 1, Algebra 2, utilizing Math Excel in grades 6 and 7 and Agile Assessment in grade 8. My eyes are failing me tonight. Edulastic for geometry, algebra, Algebra 2, McGraw-Hill Online for pre-calculus and my math lab. And of course, emphasizing the use of Khan Academy as a great resource for our students in grades 2 through 12 as a tool for self-paced instruction, as well as Carnegie Learning and Desmos interactive tools, and using our after-school and summer math tutoring for students in grades 3 to 12. As we continue on, we have this supports for our multilingual learners, daily routines, as we saw in general education. You see the same programs, the Envision, the ST Math, the Success Maker, and once again, the co-planning, and in turn, supporting that through professional development. And as we continue on, the support provided by our bilingual department for our bilingual ESL teachers in providing professional development training, those critical data dives that we do with our math supervisors to identify areas of concern, and those critical enrichment programs, our point of entry program for grades K to 8, our best of both worlds for 9 through 12, bilingual achievement strategies, and of course the corresponding materials in order to support our multilingual learners. And then for our students with disabilities, very similar approach. We are focusing on interventions, on targeted skills, according to that item analysis that you're doing as a result of examining your benchmark assessments. You're examining the IEP goals and the objectives and that student data. You are revising the curriculum, the gen ed curriculum, in order to provide the appropriate modifications for our special needs students focused on multi-sensory learning and tiered instruction. And then you're also utilizing your Moving with Algebra program for our students in 9 through 12 as a supplemental math intervention, as well as Moving with Math for our students in K to 8. As we continue to the next slide. Yes. We are addressing curricular changes. On-site coaching, as you can see, continues in the field of mathematics, attending math academies, content-specific professional development, school administrators participating in district leadership learning walks with the math department and also our consultant in grades K to 8, principals participating in district leadership meetings with math department K to 12, and development of teacher access to the 5-minute math bites for quick tips on various content in grades K to 5. And as we continue on to the next slide, perfect, support with the consultants for Carnegie Learning, K to 5 in our self-contained bilingual classrooms, support with consultants from Carnegie Learning for the content areas at the high school level, of course, collaborative lesson planning, and as a very similar approach with our special education. We're using our student data and IEPs to plan meaningful instruction for all of our students, designing learning environments with scaffolded instruction, using high scope for our preschool, special education teachers, and of course, as we continue with additional supports in the various programs through professional development. So we now move to celebrating excellence in our schools, our NJSLA perfect scores, and I'm happy to share that we have 58 students in our district who earned the perfect scores for the NJSLA assessments. And you're able to see here on this slide, and the next you will see the test, the total students who earned a perfect score, and the number of students in each school. So you're able to see by grade level, the number of students, and the diversity of schools listed before you. And here's, we have our 58 students in all 3 content areas and 15 different schools. And now we turn to NJSLA Math Perfect scores. Next slide, please, sorry. Thank you. Our 58 students represent all 3 content areas, once again, in the 15 schools. Able to see the representation there. And the next slide, please. And this completes all of the schools. And also a special note, as you can see on the slide before you, 3 students earned perfect scores in both ELA and mathematics. And this completes our board presentation for this evening on our promise goals and our NJSLA assessment data. At this time, I would like to now ask Ms. Priscilla Jimenez, our student representative, to provide a report to our community.
Good evening, board members, community members, and Superintendent Mrs. Hugermeyer. I am a student at Alexander Hamilton Preparatory Academy, and as said in my introduction, I am going to be serving as the student representative for the Board of Education throughout the 2023 to 2024 school year. I currently serve as student government president, so I am very hands-on in the events, clubs, and activities held at Hamilton. Recently, we have been focusing a lot on SEL, social emotional learning, for the school year. Kicking off the school year, we held our annual Week of Respect, which included an assembly for our grade levels to learn the purpose of respect. We showed our solidarity against bullying by wearing a blue shirt, and Mrs. Wells' avid class created pinwheels for peace. A new club has also come up offered to students, the Meditation Club, run by Mr. Marcune. In this club, students will continue the path of SEL by learning breathing techniques and healthy ways to manage stress. A fall festival hosted by the student government has also been in the works to celebrate the fall season. The fall festival is being made by students for students. The student government and council have been coming up with fun fall games to enable teamwork amongst the student body. Lastly, on the note of teamwork, Hamilton seniors have also been in the spirit of teamwork by working on artistic performances such as songwriting and poetry. To submit to the Hamilton Education Program sponsored by the Gilder Lehrman Institute of American History. Through this submission, students will be able to see Hamilton the musical, as well as the chance to perform their curated projects on the Broadway stage. I am so grateful to be given this amazing opportunity. Thank you for your time.
Any questions from our board? And I have one final report. Three reports this evening. So we're going to turn to our community announcements. And once again, I'd like to thank Ms. Jimenez, our student representative, for a wonderful report summarizing the great work that is taking place at Hamilton Academy.
Madam Superintendent?
Yes.
I'm sorry, because I can't really hear, because you know I'm hard of hearing. Did you ask were there any questions on the NJLSA results? Are we taking questions?
I did not, I'm sorry, but I guess it could be in the broad sense, questions for the two presentations thus far. Yes.
Oh, on both? Oh, thank you so much. I'd like to thank you, Madam Superintendent, for reporting, for giving us this information and giving us hard statistical information for us to be able to analyze and ask questions. I really do appreciate that. We can also see that the learning loss.
Can't hear a thing.
We can also see that the learning loss from 2020 during the pandemic has been real in some of these scores that we've seen from our children. I think our SLA scores, our language arts scores, are very impressive, especially when we look at the gaps between our district versus the state. In grades 3, 4, and 5 are significant, but when we get to grades 9, we can see that we actually outperformed the state's average by 2.2 points, which I think is impressive. Math, on the other hand, I see that we're struggling, and I just wonder what exactly may be the causes for these struggles, because we are seriously struggling in math, and I think that this is something that has been talked about and spoken on in the past. I would just love to have these things in advance so that we could ask meaningful questions when we get here to the meeting. But I know that this information was just published recently, so we have to take that into account. My first question is, should Algebra 1, that says it's taught in middle school and high school. For the middle schools, is that only in school 7 and school 22?
Algebra 1 is our curriculum across the district in all schools. At the gifted and talented schools, at school 7 and 22, they're actually learning geometry in 8th grade, but the rest of the district has the Algebra 1 as the curriculum in 8th grade. And then, of course, in order to prepare our students, it's pre-algebra in 6th and 7th grade leading up to the curriculum of Algebra 1 in 8th grade.
Do you recall when that curriculum change was instituted, or has that always been?
That is a great question. Algebra 1 was implemented by my predecessor, Mr. Pablo Munoz, when he was actually the director of curriculum and instruction. So it certainly has been in place for well over 15 years, actually longer, over 20 years. I'm going to look at both my director, Dr. Marchetti, and my former math supervisor, director at San Etienne, over 22 years. Please correct me if I'm wrong.
So I guess what my question is, and it's not necessarily to be answered now, it could go to a management meeting, but I'm just wondering if are we advancing the higher degree math at an earlier level rather than concentrating on the basics in the elementary to make sure that those basics are covered, and the fact that our children are getting those basics before they move on to the higher level math, because we can see in these scores that as far as Algebra 2, Algebra 1, and geometry, we're not scoring at the parameters that we should be scoring. Just throwing it out, they're not expecting an answer. I'd like to move on very quickly to, give me 1 second, since I get you. Oh, I'm noticing that the CLI was implemented, I assume, approximately 2 to 3 years ago, and it seems as that's bearing fruit and success for us in the NJLSA. Am I talking in the mic good enough now?
Yes.
Or am I good?
We're very
Okay, I'm trying,
challenged
Mr.
in
Rose.
our environment
Is
here
that
this
better
evening.
There you go.
Thank
okay. That being said, I've noticed that I didn't see the same amount of professional development as far as curriculum in the math side as you do on the English language arts side. I'm sure that you do have those things and you can expound upon that. I also would like to know, I'm assuming that lunchtime tutoring, after-school tutoring, and Saturday intensification also includes math as well.
Absolutely. To be able to address your valid points that you're raising as it relates to Children's Literacy Initiative, we had the opportunity to expand the coaching to grades 4 and 5 as a result of the federal funding that was under the ESSERS and ARP funding. In years past, we had the Children's Literacy Initiative through a grant opportunity that was made available to us, that we were a partner district, and that focused on kindergarten through 3rd grade. So we really have been able to expand that support through 5th grade. In mathematics, we do have similar supports, coaching models that are similar to Children's Literacy Initiative. Certainly, the number of coaches is not as significant as on the literacy side, but we have partnerships with various vendors through the curriculum that we have designed. We have consultants that come in, they work with our principals, they work with our teachers. We have Carnegie Learning, where our math coaches and our math supervisors will accompany the consultants to do the walkthroughs with the principals into the classrooms and have that opportunity to conference with teachers. So that has been really the emphasis of our approach to professional development, is that job-embedded coaching, aside from the professional development opportunities, whether it is a full day prior to the start of the school year or a half day in those 3 half days throughout the year. It's about what is happening in the classroom and having that opportunity to have the consultants working side by side with our teachers to be able to provide the appropriate support.
Thank you, Madam Superintendent. And I
Absolutely.
think my last question is, I can recall when my sons who are older were in school and the math instruction that they got, I think, was more hands-on. I think today, in today's world, where we see things are more computer-driven and it's more self-paced instruction, is there, and this doesn't have to be answered now, but is there a disconnect or a gap where we're looking at more self-paced instruction versus a hands-on instructional approach by the teachers?
So we actually have a balance in our math curriculum. While the assessments are taken online, while the NJSLA is online, our Department of Mathematics stresses those manipulatives to be available in all of our classrooms, because you do need to have a balance. Students have that tactile learning, so they do need to be able to understand those foundational skills through the use of manipulatives. So it's a balance. But certainly, it is a challenge for our students to be able to take an assessment on a device. That continues to be a challenge, despite the emphasis that we've had historically here in Elizabeth for students to use the devices. It still is challenging for them.
Thank you, Madam Superintendent.
Certainly.
Madam Vice President, may I have a comment?
Yes.
Okay. It's just a comment. Okay. We know like New Jersey score drove down in math and reading after the pandemic. It's clear for everybody. But we cannot forget we stay tough at the national level. That means I want to clarify, because I don't want the perception of the parents or the community or score go down. Yes, we score go down during the pandemic, but based on the national assessment education process, we score higher at the national level. And we can Google everyone and invite the whole entire community to Google what is the best state in education, and you find out it's New Jersey. That means I want to, the parents and guardians who are listening right now, they're not scared, because we are doing what? We know we need to improve, It's a little bit to improve, but you see during Madam Superintendent presentation, we're the only district to offer 1,000 program. It's not easy to find a district who the teachers dedicate during lunchtime tutoring. And I invite parents and guardians who are concerned at home after our presentation to be concerned. Our teachers are doing the best, and our director, and I want to take this opportunity to say thank you to each one of you, and I'm happy to see you today, each one of you, and thank you for your hard work and dedication. We have room to grow, but with the best at the national level. Thank you.
Madam Vice President?
Yes.
Thank you. In the presentation where you have Superintendent post-graduation plans by academy, and you have the list of all the districts of the high schools, then you have these 4 sections: college, technical school, military, police, fire, then you have undeclared and workforce. It's my understanding you get in that data based on surveys. Yes, that's correct. Okay.
That is correct, yes. That information.
I'd be curious to know, thank you, if we can separate undeclared with workforce, because a lot of the technical schools, they give a lot of the students the workforce. So I'd be curious to see how many are in technical schools and working. I think we will see an increase of numbers in workforce. And I wouldn't be surprised a lot of kids are working while they're going to college. So I think that'll give us a better, clearer picture that a lot of our students are working, especially in this area, and especially considering our demographics.
That is excellent feedback. I want to thank you for that. Absolutely. We will certainly disaggregate that data.
Thank you. And back to our last report again with our superintendent of schools, if she can give her community updates.
I can assure you this will be very brief, very
Thank
brief.
you.
We're going to turn our attention, I'm going to ask our IT department. We're going to turn our attention to the first slide, please. And as a reminder, we're in the process, not in the process, we're in the season in which the flu and RSV are on the rise. So we have provided resources to the community on our district webpage. In fact, I sent a letter out today to all of our parents referencing the valuable resources that in identifying the symptoms of the flu and RSV and steps that you can take to protect yourself and actions you can take to prevent the spread to others. You can find these by going onto our website and clicking on the flu and RSV resources at the icon at the top of the page, or of course visit our resources pages directly by going on to www.epsnj.org/flu-RSV. Next slide, please. Since the fall SAT school day overlaps with the New Jersey Graduation Proficiency Assessment, the dates for 12th grade students this school year, we will be administering the SAT on Thursday, October 26th for our 12th grade students. So we're sending out letters as a reminder to our parents. And next slide, please. So please be advised that the high school students not participating in the SAT school day administration on Thursday, October 26th, will have a delayed opening. And these students should arrive at school. For the students not taking the SAT, the students should arrive by 9:30 a.m. to their respective high schools. And next, we'd just like to take a moment for recognitions. And next slide, please. Thank you. Elizabeth High School, Frank J. Ciccarelli Academy earned a place on the College Board AP Honor Roll for the 22-23 school year. The AP Honor Roll recognizes schools that have done outstanding work to welcome more students into AP courses and support them on the path to college success. And EHS FJC was further recognized with the AP Access Award, which honors schools that encourage more low-income and underrepresented minority students to take AP courses. The percentage of students in at least one of these categories who took at least one AP exam before graduation is proportional to or above your school student population, and therefore demonstrating a clear and effective commitment to equitable access to advanced coursework. And of course, we all know, and we talk about this often, that research shows that students who take AP courses and exams are more likely to attend college and graduate on time. Even for those who don't earn the college credit, advanced coursework provides early exposure to college-level work, and of course, it contributes to a college-going school culture. Next slide, please. I have to talk about PJ. So the 49ers entered week 6 of the 2 unbeaten teams left in the NFL, but finished it with their first loss of the season as the Cleveland Browns beat the 49ers 19-17. Elizabeth's own PJ Walker was elevated from the practice squad to start at quarterback for the Browns, who came into the game as a 9.5-point underdog to the 49ers despite the game being in Cleveland. Walker finished the game having completed 18 of 34 passes for 192 yards in the victory, and with the victory, he improved his career record to 5-3 as an NFL starter. So congratulations to our former Elizabeth graduate of PJ Walker for a successful and exciting football game. Mr. Kennedy, do you have any comments you would like to add? Next, we have a few of the celebrations and events taking place in the Elizabeth Public Schools during the month of October. So National Hispanic Heritage Month, it was from September 15th through October 15th. We had a beautiful celebration. I want to thank Mr. Petit for having coordinated the beautiful performances this evening for our community. And of course, a reminder of October is Breast Cancer Awareness Month. Also, National Crime Prevention Month. And October is National Domestic Violence Awareness and Prevention Month. We all heard Detective Gonzalez and the work that he does in our district in these areas. And special mention, National Principals Month. And I can't thank our principals for all of their hard work and dedication each and every day, before school, after school, weekends. I thank you, and I'm humbled to have the opportunity to work with all of you. And next we have our Week of Respect. Mr. Vossler spoke extensively with regard to the various activities that took place in our district and how important it is to remind our children of how it is important to respect each other. And then our Fire Prevention Week, also exciting time in the month of October 8th through the 14th. Next slide, we celebrate National School Lunch Week, October 9th through the 13th. A variety of exciting menus across the district. And School Violence Awareness, October 16th through the 20th this week. National School Bus Safety Week, also October 16th through the 20th. And lastly, just wanted to be able to share with our community the important dates that are coming up for the month of November: Veterans Day, World Kindness Day, American Education Week, which is an exciting time in all of our schools, National Parent Involvement Day, National Family Week, Thanksgiving, National American Heritage Month, Native American Heritage Month, and Puerto Rican Heritage Month. So thank you for the opportunity to share our community announcements. Madam Vice President.
Thank you. Are y'all ready to continue this meeting? All right. Thank you, Olga. Thank you to everyone who presented. Are there any questions before I move on? Seeing none, thank you. We will now review the agenda, and each board member will have the opportunity to ask questions. At this time, the superintendent will have the directors present provide a highlight of their recommendations included in the agenda. But before Madam Superintendent allows the directors to speak, I would like to just mention that why you guys are here. So So each year, the board members or the board has 2 governance board retreats, and we just had a board retreat on Saturday. And during our board retreat, we wanted to show more transparency with the community, and we wanted to really interact with our directors. Sometimes you notice we may not, interact with people, may not see you unless we have a committee meeting at the board office, or if we just see you in passing, during a graduation or during maybe like a school visit or a board visit. And we just wanted to really know what's happening in your departments, in your respective departments, and we wanted to just interact with you. So this is our way of, 1, being transparent with the community, 1, being able to communicate with you, and you to let us know what's happening in your departments. So 1, I do want to thank you on behalf of our board president, Ileana Chevres, and the entire board, and thank you for being here. I know it's later than you normally would work on a Wednesday. We truly appreciate each and every one of you being here and being patient, and I don't know what's going in your head, if you're annoyed or not, but we do appreciate you being here, and we just wanted to say thank you. So at this time, I'm going to allow the superintendent to have all of the directors present their recommendations and highlights. Thank you. Oh, I'm sorry, one more thing. I do want to respectfully acknowledge each of the directors here. So I'm going to start with Director of Athletics, Ben Canalino. Thank you. Director of Staff Development, Dr. Kathy Vidalis, thank you. Director of Student Services, Mr. Anthony Donato, thank you. No, DiDonato. Director of Equity and Inclusion, Sam Etienne, thank you. Director of Elementary and Secondary Education, Ms. Dr. Daphne Marchetti, thank you. Director of Special Services, Dr. Michael Hayda. Director of Security, Matthew Glackens, and Director of Transportation, Michael Rijo. Thank you for being here, and let us begin.
Thank you. Would you like to? Sure.
Okay, it's back to me now. All right. So we are going to go in order of how I see them sitting. So we're going to go with the men first. So we're going to go with Mr. Ojeda. If you can just give your highlights for Director of Special Services, or as Director of Special Services.
Sure thing. Good evening. So what you will see before you is a selection of recommendations that you'll find in tab 7 of your board agendas. So they will start with on the bottom of page 7 and on the bottom of page 9 and going to the top of page 10, 3 recommendations for nursing services for our students that came in July and August. And that is followed on page 11 by the another recommendation that went to a different nursing company for a student receiving nursing services. That recommendation also came in August. That's followed directly beneath there by 2 recommendations on page 11, one of which is for Bergen County Special Services to provide assistance to one of our students who is deaf and hard of hearing, and a second recommendation for Kane University Center for Communication Disorders to provide audiological screenings for our students with audiological impairments and central auditory processing disorders.
Thank you. Before we continue, I just want to tell the board members as well, typically we go through tab by tab, but the directors are going to give a highlight of all of their items that they have throughout the agenda, and then after they finish, you can ask any questions that you would like. And at this time, I'm going to recognize Board Member Pastana to ask a question.
Dr. Ojeda, I only have one question. With the nurses that are to get the contract now for the specific students, the recommendations came through in the summer, you said, like July and August, and are they only getting the services now?
So yeah, that's correct. So what happens is the students who nursing services are deemed required for in their IEPs, those students end up passing a recommendation on to the Division of Special Services. So all of the students listed here all requested services prior to September 1st. Because the delay is not so much in our soliciting nurses, it's we have to work with other companies in order to request nursing services for those students. When the request comes in, then we enter into contract with them.
Thank you for clarifying that.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Yes. Board Member
We always find a way. Let me just move here. Dr. Ojeda, I have a question about, it's a different tab, if I can ask you. When tuitions are, when out of district and they are brought back, let me...
The rescissions on page 10?
Correct. Could you
Yes.
just explain that for me?
Sure. The rescissions are usually caused by either A, student moving, or B, a student changing placements. So we have prepaid for a certain amount of tuition for, say September 1st to October 1st for a student to attend school X. On September 13th, it's determined that that student will attend school Y. Then that school will refund us back those funds because that student didn't attend that school for that time.
Wow, okay, there's a lot of students here. Okay, thank you for that explanation.
Thank you.
That's
Anyone?
it, thank you.
Anyone else? Thank you for your report. At this time, I'm going to have the Director of Athletics, Ben Canelino, to provide his highlights. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. I have two recommendations to present to the board this evening. The first one is from my superintendent of PE and Health, Mr. Joe Prestula, and I were requesting we enter into a contract with the American Heart Association. All schools will be invited to participate in fundraising activities such as Jump Rope for Heart, Wear Red Day for Women, and our students will also participate in their heart disease and intervention programs, including nutrition and enhanced CPR. The second recommendation is that we are requesting to enter into a contract with the Council on Compulsive Gambling of New Jersey. They also provide anti-addiction and mental health intervention programs. And these are offered on a high school level in our health classes.
Thank you so much. Any questions? Okay, seeing none, thank you. At this time, we're going to have our Director of Security, Matthew Gatkins, to give his report. Thank you.
You have a resolution before you, 10F, as in Frank. It's for the installation of vape detectors in 96 of our bathrooms. These vapes will be able to differentiate between nicotine and THC. So we're hoping to stem the tide in the usage of vapes in our district. It can also detect if there's anything else going on in the bathroom, such as damage to anywhere in the bathroom or fights. Once the decibel level gets raised inside the bathroom, that'll send out an alert to us that it may be a fight or damage going on in the bathroom.
Thank you. Give me 1 second to get that resolution. 10F. Okay. Board Member Pastana has a question.
Director Black, you said it's 96 of our bathrooms?
I understand it to be yes.
Do we, is that all of our bathrooms district-wide? I don't think so, correct?
Yeah, throughout the district.
It's district-wide?
Yes.
Oh, okay, that was it. Thank you.
Welcome.
Do you know when this will be installed?
Excuse me?
When will it be installed? How fast?
It depends on when the resolution is passed.
If it gets passed tonight, when will it be installed?
Then the work would get started immediately.
I can't hear. Huh?
The work would get started immediately.
Okay, thank you. But do you know, can you give me a time frame? Is it 2 weeks for it to be fully installed?
No, it's going to take a while.
That's what I'm asking. Do you have a time frame, though? What's a while?
No, it's going to take months to get this done.
Thank you. That's better. Thank you so much. Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you. At this time, I'm going to have the report from Director of Student Services, Anthony Donato.
Okay, good evening. For your consideration, I think I have 15 items on the agenda tonight, so please be patient. Both under tab 7 and 7A. I'll start with tab 7, page 3, award of contract for Stepping Stones Group, which will provide additional mental health supports in the form of an additional school-based social worker for school number 6. This additional social worker will provide supports for both individual and group counseling. Next on page 3, award of contract for Elizabeth Department of Health and Human Services. This is to provide free lead poisoning prevention workshops throughout our district to both our students and parents. Our third contract on page 3 is with Scarlet Computing Services. This service allows the district to bulk upload student transcripts in order to assist students with their self-reporting academic record during college application process. Our fourth contract tonight on page 4 is with Union County Prevention Links to administer presentations on vaping trends and dangers. This will be offered to all students grades 6 to 8. Our fifth contract on page 4 is also with Union County Prevention Links to administer a program called We're Not Buying It, which focuses on 6th to 8th grade students on deconstructing media messages that promote and glamorize substance use. Our sixth contract tonight, also on page 4, is with Union County Prevention Links to administer a program called Keep a Clear Mind, which is presented to all 4th grade students across the district, focused on good, healthy decision making. Our 7th contract on page 4 is with Zoo Fall Health, which provides school assemblies on oral health hygiene. This is offered to all students K through 9 in all of our schools. Now moving on to the supplemental minutes on 7A for your consideration. We have our first award of contract on page 1 with Union County Prevention Links. 2 of our schools, Dwyer and Halsey, are participating in the STOP program, which is the Sober Truth on Underage Drinking. Both schools will have cohorts of students that engage in community activities linked to preventing underage drinking. Our second contract on page 2 is with Bayada Home Healthcare to provide personal nursing students for service for a student with 504 services. Our third contract on page 2 is with Union County Youth Service Commission to provide on-site behavioral health services for students 6 through 12. Our fourth contract on page 2 is with the Kimberly Ann Wilson Foundation. This will support school number 20 with art therapy initiatives in grade 4 to 8. Our fifth contract tonight is on page 3 with Naviance Inc. Naviance is our college and career student platform. This contract provides the district with product oversight and professional development for our school counselors. Our sixth contract on page 3 is with BetaDAC Media, also known as StriveScan. StriveScan is used both nationally and locally at college fairs to ensure our students and colleges are able to stay connected. Our seventh contract, spanning pages 3 and 4, is with Going Mary, Inc. Going Mary is a scholarship warehouse and database offered to our students, which ensures our students have ease of access to both the latest locally and nationally offered scholarships. And lastly, contract 8 on page 4 with Union County Prevention Links and One Community, One Family Coalition to conduct youth surveys in 7th, 9th, and 11th grade. This survey helps the community gain an accurate picture on substance dangers facing our students. And that is all of my recommendations. Thank you for your time. If you have any questions.
Awesome. Any questions? Yes, ma'am, Vice President. Thank you. I have can you please go to table 7? Page number 3. Contract with the Scarlet. Page, okay.
Scarlet Computing Services?
Yes, I have a question. I know the self-report academic records allow applicants to record, for example, courses grades and test score and part of the college, because some college and universities use it. But I also, and this is is Naviance, like it's recommend and we have. This means that process is now a little bit clear for me, okay, because before I know it's Naviance and guidance counselor go with Naviance, and now the self-report academic, who will be in charge after we make a contract with them? And I see as a great opportunity because maybe it's always because another college asked for this report, or can you explain me a little bit, or later, I know in table 7 is another recommendation for Naviance, or these two contracts is aligned to support college application. This is for clarification.
Sure, no problem. So with Naviance, we primarily use it to upload student transcripts and send it to colleges, but many of the universities utilize self-reporting for students. Scarlet, what they allow us to do is bulk upload all of our student records, so when a student like Priscilla goes to apply for a school that offers self-reporting, that's already done for her. So she does not have to go one by one, enter each course and each grade. It just offers greater accuracy and time saving for our students.
Thank you for the clarification.
Thank you. Anyone else have any questions?
Madam Vice President?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Jacobs.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Diodato. Quick question on your first contract with Stepping Stones Group LLC. Now, I assume that that's for an additional social worker at that school. Why are we looking to use an outside organization rather than transferring a more experienced social worker to that school or hiring another social worker?
So yeah, School 6 does have already a full-time social worker. Last year, when we go through our budget process, we did not initially look to add an additional position there, but we were lucky, we had additional funds, and we wanted to support that school based on just the data that we have for that school's needs. So potentially at the end of the year, we will look to maybe incorporate that into our district budget as a full-time position.
So you're saying that we're using that outside service to hire a social worker there rather than trying to recruit one on our own?
Well, they just manage the contract. We do the interviews also for that position, so we do have a say in who we're bringing in with the company. But they are, yes, a vendor that we are utilizing.
Have we been experiencing vacancies or issues in attracting social workers?
No, we haven't.
Thank you.
Any other questions? No? I just wanted to thank you. I noticed the microphones. Thank you. Thank you. I noticed that at every board meeting you have a lot of requests, and I can appreciate when people do that, and a lot of unique requests, so I really like that. So I just wanted to say thank you to you and your staff. At this time, I'm going to have the Director of Equity and... What is going on with the microphones? Please. Yeah. I turned it off because it was doing too much. At this time, I'm going to have the Director of Equity and Inclusion, Sam Etienne, to give his highlights and report. Thank you.
Thank you. So at this time, I would direct you under tab 5, page 2. We have 2 authorization. The first authorization is to make an application from our supervisor of CTE, Krista Ahern, for the 23-24 Career and Technical Education Perkins Grant. And the second authorization is to accept funds from Perkins Grant 23-24 fiscal year in the amount of $313,001. So the Perkins funds is to help support our CTE services, salary, purchase professional, supplies, materials, and instructional equipment. And at this time, I would like to direct you under tab 7, page 1, for 2 contract consideration, also from our supervisor of career technical education. We have entered into contract with Certiport to purchase a platform supply that will support 300 of our students for graphic design and pro certification and practice tests to support the program of study for digital videographic program at Dwyer Academy. This will provide our students with relevant knowledge, skills, and hands-on experience to pass the Adobe Pro certification tests. In the second contract, we have entered contract with Viola Technical Solution for waste paint removal at the Edison Academy auto body program. The waste paint needs to be removed on a yearly basis, is considered a hazardous material, and must be disposed of properly under the New Jersey Recycling Regulation and the Federal University Waste Rule. And the 2 final contract, which is also under tab 7, page 5. And those 2 contract, one is with DLH Enterprise so that we could continue to support our effort, work with the Amistad Law mandate and supporting social studies teachers and providing professional development services. And the last contract under tab 7, page 5, we have entered contract with VIP Community Service, Kiva White, to provide virtual one-on-one coaching session to staff members in specific areas recommended by our human resources. And some of the trainings may include goals that focuses on areas such as cultural competence, sensitivity training, and self-awareness. At this time, that conclude my contract, the reporting. Any questions?
Any questions from our board members? Oh, I have a question. So for that last contract for the VIP Community Services, it shows that you're going to be doing virtual training. Was there any way we could have gotten this person to do it in person?
So it's an option where a lot of times some of these trainings tend to be, it can happen anytime. So at time, if we do have a case for affirmative action, or if there's someone, you can certainly create it where it could be virtual or it can also be in person, but it's really to just create a safe place for the person to just be as vulnerable that it could provide those trainings.
Got it. Okay. Thank you so much. Okay. See no other questions? Thank you. At this time, we're going to have the report from Director of Transportation, Michael Reggio. Thank you.
Good evening. Today, for your consideration, we have an athletic contract with Route 22 bus to provide transportation for our athletes to and from games and practices. Oh. You have to forgive me. I lost my glasses.
Is page 11. Thank you. Oh, you're faster than I am.
Too strong? Yeah, they are. I thought I had them on me, but I dropped them somewhere. So the contract is to provide transportation for our athletes to games, practices in and out of Elizabeth.
Thank you. Any questions? Oh, seeing none, thank you. At this time, we're going to have our Director of Staff Development, Dr. Kathleen Vidalis, give her report. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. Tonight I'm going to be presenting 3 contracts under tab 7 for your consideration and approval. The first contract is with Learning Alliances and Innovative Education Programs. It's on tab 7, page 1. This contract is for parent and family training for Title I schools. Title I provides funding for parent and family engagement activities for the families in the Title I schools. The goal is to provide materials and training to parents to help them work with their children to improve the children's achievement. Some examples could be literacy training or technology training, and it is always with the focus to foster parent and family engagement. Workshop topics are selected by the school and may include family literacy, social-emotional learning, anti-bullying, and homework help. The next contract is with Youth Empowerment. It's in tab 7 on page 2. This contract is for student assemblies in K-8 schools. The purpose of these assemblies is to educate and protect children on relevant topics such as cyberbullying, phone and internet safety, and school-related incidents, as well as to deter drug use and violence. The materials used enable interactive presentations to our students. The final contract I'll be presenting this evening is with New Teacher Center in tab 7 on page 2. Non-public schools in the district receive Title II funds to provide professional development to improve teacher and administrator knowledge with the goal to improve teaching and learning. This contract is to provide professional development for staff members, specifically mentors and new teachers of the Jewish Educational Center, which is one of our non-public schools in the district. And they're the only 3 contracts I'll be presenting on tonight. Any questions?
Madam Vice President, yes.
Yes, Madam.
Yes, I have one question. Hi, thank you, Dr. Kathy. Very excited. In tab 7, the first contract for Title I. It's just my personal opinion. I know the contract will be bringing very excellent topics for parents or guardians, but sometimes our parents, it's good to engage them, or we need to looking for also the time. If you can please, Dr. Kathy, find the time they will provide this professional workshop for parents on school Title I. At what time? Do you know that information?
Typically, it varies by school. Normally, the principal, vice principal, and the school leadership team look at, sometimes they survey the parents to see what's best, so it really varies based on the needs of the school or when they know parents are available. Sometimes schools do it at the very beginning of the day when it's drop-off because they know their parents could go there. Sometimes they do it in the evening or right after school. So it does really vary on each school and how they view the needs of their parents.
Now, when we make a contract with this company, is any possibility like we record the professional workshop or not to show the parents later?
We could ask for that to happen. Often that is, many of the vendors don't have that in their contracts. That's not something they do to let us record them, but we can ask that as we move forward with the future contracts.
Yes, thank you, Dr. Kathy, I really appreciate it.
No problem.
Thank you, Kathy. Any other questions? All right, seeing none, last but not least, we're going to have our last report from the Director of Elementary and Secondary Education, Dr. Daphne Marchetti.
Good evening. I have one request under tab 4A, considerations. The request is for the supervisor of English Language Arts for K-5 and 3 instructional coaches to attend virtual training to support writing instruction in the classroom. The total cost for the training is $636, and it's to enhance our curriculum in English Language Arts.
Wow, I'm sorry. You only had one request. I made you wait till last. Sorry about that. I know. I was like, dang, I should start with the ladies. Sorry. Any questions about the one request on tab 4A? All Seeing none, thank you so much.
Madam Vice President, it's a contract I want to ask.
Hold on, I'm going to go through the tabs so you can add.
This is the last
Just for
person?
her?
No. Is you have another person, yes, after her?
No, I'm going to go through all of the tabs, so when I get to your
thank you.
tab, you can ask the question.
Thank you.
Okay. So, board members, as I go through the tabs, once you have questions, you can ask your questions, but before, Olga may have one of the representatives to speak on that tab prior to you asking questions. And then as I do that, Mr. Kennedy, I'll have you add it to the agenda, and then we'll vote afterwards. Okay? Kennedy? Okay? It's okay, no problem. I know we haven't done this in a while, so it's all good. It's all good. All right, so for the official minutes and private minutes that happened on September 20th, 2023, and tab 1A and tab 1B, any questions for tab 1A or 1B? Seeing none, can you please add that to the agenda? Tabs 2A, 2B, and 2C personnel reports. Olga would like to speak.
Madam Board Vice President, I would like to ask our Chief Information Officer, Mr. Cuesta, to please provide a report to the board for tab 2A, 2B, 2C.
Thank you, Madam Superintendent. So, ladies and gentlemen of the board, before you tonight, for your consideration, we have the following items. Retirements, we have 10, 6 certified, 4 non-certified. Resignations, we have 10, certified and non-certified. Appointments, we have 12 certified and 11 non-certified. Transfers, we have 30, and as we have discussed before, the transfers could be a result of an individual requesting a transfer, change in enrollment, legal matters. So those are some of the issues that will prompt a transfer. Promotions, we have 2. We have an assistant cook manager to cook manager, and we have a general worker 6 hours to assistant cook manager. Change of salaries, we have 4, either individuals who completed a master's degree or the 6-year level. I thought it was also important tonight, because recruiting continues to be a problem, to briefly report to the board some of the things that we have done. So obviously, we conduct job fairs, and there are a number of universities, including Montclair, Kane, William Patterson, Pennsylvania, and there are also a number of job fairs virtually in which we participate. Because the district took the initiative to provide a $5,000 sign-in bonus for ESL, bilingual, math, science, and special education, in the past couple of months, we have hired 60 teachers under that initiative. Not bragging, but I'm happy to say that I recommended that initiative. Of those 60 teachers, 25 were recommended as a result of an idea that Olga Hugemeyer had to pay $1,500 per referral. So 25 out of the 60 were part of the referral. Since July 1st, the board has appointed 211 employees, 152 have been certified, and 59 have been non-certified. In my case, personally, I have met or interviewed 92 individuals in the past 3 months. Finally, something that I think the board should be very proud of, and something that I am proud of myself to announce that it was an idea that I had 5 years ago, and that was to create, and this is something that some board members are not even aware of, to create a sick bank. So if an individual becomes very ill and runs out of sick days, that individual can receive days from this bank. Right now, presently, we have 2,496 days in the sick bank. In the past 5 years, we have helped over 100 individuals, and we have provided over 2,000 days. And that concludes my report. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that report. We appreciate the 2,400 sick days and also to the referral program. Awesome job, 75 referrals. Wow, awesome, awesome. Any questions for tab 2A, 2B, or 2C, personnel report? Seeing none, Mr. Kennedy, please add that to the agenda. Are there any questions for tab 3 or 3A? Tuition report? Seeing none, Mr. Kennedy, please add that to the agenda. Are there any questions for tab 4, 4B, 4C, or 4D? Olga?
Board Vice President, I would like to request our Assistant Superintendent, Mr. Cortez, to please provide a report to the board for the field trip considerations.
Thank you. For your consideration and approval this evening, we have 91 field trips scheduled on the agenda. A few major categories are, we have 20 field trips scheduled to various colleges and universities, 11 field trips scheduled to various museums, 17 field trips scheduled to local farms throughout the state, and 1 trip scheduled to a forensics competition.
Thank you, Mr. Cortez. Any questions for this tab 4, 4A, 4B, 4C, or 4D for superintendent's report? Yes, Mr. Rivera.
I have one question. We got a letter request from a Girls on a Mission with Ambition, and they requested to use, they're having a conference on November 4th, but I don't see anything related to that. There's no facilities report, proposal, it's just a letter. So I don't know if that got lost or something happened with that, and if they're gonna get their, if they're gonna have enough time to get their conference.
Mr. Kennedy. It's under the City of Elizabeth Department, though. I think, yeah, it says the City of Elizabeth requested it on behalf of the Girls on Missions. It's request number 2.
Yeah, Mr. Mon just told me it's number 2 on that 4B.
All right, thank you.
Sure.
Anyone else?
Madam Vice President,
yes.
Sorry. Can you please go back? I need to ask about the field trips.
Absolutely.
Yes, thank you. Thank you for your report. I really appreciate it, and I'm happy to see too many students go to the field trip. My question is, sometimes the community approach to me and say, oh, my children don't attend any field trips. I know it's principals who request a field trip. That part is true, yeah? How is the process? How we can, evaluate a little bit. If we find a school like for the last couple, years, because we need to remember the pandemic, they didn't have a field trip, if we can find out the way to at least be equal with another schools, because I can identify some school, like for the past year, they didn't have a field trip after the pandemic. This means it's something like I mentioned before. I would love to see if it's any way or how is the process, or you can explain me how is the process to the student attend a field trip. Is the principal who need to request, or is the administrations that suggest? Because it's not clear for me.
There are times when the principal initiates a request for a field trip. It's also initiated by teachers. So teachers in the classroom can initiate field trips also. We also have some trips that are sponsored by directors and supervisors. So for example, the Union County Arts is usually sponsored by the supervisor of music and arts. So last year we did receive a grant for field trips to Kane University, and we tried to spread those out as much as possible throughout the district as funding allows. Last year, I did compile all of the field trips that were approved through the entire school year, and there were certain schools that did attend more field trips, but those are all dependent on the teacher and the circumstances at the school.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I have the same concern, board member, so thank you for bringing that up. Thank you, Mr. Cortez, for responding to us.
Mrs. Dorsley, can I?
Yes.
Speaking to board member Marina Ortega, one of the things that we're trying to do to encourage...
I'm sorry. Can you fix Mr. Kennedy's microphone, because it's hard to hear him?
Okay, I'll get closer.
Oh, thank you.
One of the things we're trying to have done mid last year and this year is when they use our own school buses to go on field trips, the district is picking up those charges, which we used to pass on to the class, with the thinking that maybe that would encourage more people, lower the expense for the students, and increase the number of opportunities to go on field trips in the school. So I believe that is helping this year. We're seeing in the schools that classes that maybe were hesitating because of the cost that they had to collect from the student or the parents for the buses. Since we're waiving, if it's our own school buses, sometimes we have to use an outside vendor, and then we can't do that. But anyways, I thought I would bring that up for the field trips situation.
Thank you, Mr. Kennedy, to explain.
Madam Vice President.
Yes, Mr. Jacobs.
Thank you for bringing that up, Mr. Kennedy, because that is an efficient and effective use of resources for our children. So thank you for highlighting that.
See, true transparency. We appreciate that. Thank you. Any other questions for tab 4, 4A, 4B, 4C, and 4D? Seeing none, Mr. Kennedy, please add those to the agenda. At this time, are there any questions? Well, Madam Superintendent would like to, okay. Are there any questions for tab 5 or 5A? Any questions for 5 or tab 5 or tab 5A for authorizations report?
Why, yes. Madam Board Vice President, we actually do. I'm going to refer to Dr. Cedeno, our Assistant Superintendent for Teaching and Learning, for a report on the donations, and also on behalf of Mrs. Finch-Johnson, the report for the parent organization fundraising activities.
You're not working.
Let's try this one more time. And testing. Here we go. Let's do this. So it is my honor and privilege to present to you for consideration the approval of 3 donations this month on authorizations tab 5, page number 7. So we would like to thank the Prince Hall organization Acacia Lodge for their generous donation of 86 book bags to the students, 5th grade students of Jerome Dunn Academy on behalf of the late Jerome Dunn. So they are going to be doing this every year for our students and picking a different grade level in his name.
I also would like to thank the Elizabeth High School band parents for their generous donation of $200 and a synthesizer cart for $2,800. I spoke with our band director this morning, and he is very excited and is putting to use right away. In addition, I'd like to thank the Empower Somerset Partnership for a $9,000 donation to be used for 2 stipends for our wellness coordinators at 2 of our schools, and they will be running the initiative, the Whole School, Whole Community, Whole Child Health Building and Sustaining Healthy Schools project to promote wellness for our students in high school. So those are the 3 donations that are on your report for tonight. I'd like to move to the approval of parent organization fundraising requests. So tonight we have on the docket 327 fundraisers for your approval from various of our schools. I'd like to highlight a couple for your pleasure. So for one, we have our Jefferson's Arts Academy that will be presenting The Raisin in the Sun on October 26th, 27th, and 28th at 7 p.m. That is going to be presented by our students, so you're welcome to attend. This is a fundraiser. But we also have great activities that are happening in our schools. For example, we have school number 1 that is doing a marking period 1 dance. We have school number 2 that is applying for a school store. We have breakfast with Santa that will be happening at school number 3. School 5 is requesting a fundraiser for school pictures. School 4, wear your superhero sweatshirt day. And every school here is represented. You'll see school 7 with cancer awareness items sales. So it is a very exciting report with 327 items. And that concludes my report for this evening.
Thank you, Dr. Cedeno. I also have a couple of items that I would like to present on behalf of Dr. Dorothy McMullen, Director of Special Projects. The first is we're recommending the approval for our band to attend 8 competitions this school year, which culminates with the U.S. Band's Nationals at MetLife Stadium. Currently, 2 of the 8 shows have been rained out, and we have been in attendance for 3 show competitions thus far with the U.S. bands. Of the 3, September 16th, we came in 3rd place. September 30th, we scored 1st place and overall grand champions. On October 7th, we came in 1st place and were scored overall grand champions. And as the season progresses, we're hoping to maintain our 1st place standing against very competitive districts in our class until the end of the season, which is the first week in November. Also have a separate item. We are recommending that the band parent organization of Elizabeth High School be approved to host Fiesta Night at Williams Field on November 3rd to support and celebrate the band's accomplishments and support the marching band. Fiesta Night is a fall event and occurs every year as the send-off to the competition held at MetLife Stadium the following day. So very exciting. And lastly, I have, under our supplemental report, an authorization to make application. We're seeking authorization to make application for the Sustainable Jersey School Recognition Award through Sustainable Jersey Schools. That was previously known as the Green Ribbon Schools. The application will consist of nominating all interested schools to participate. It's a statewide initiative encouraging schools to create and develop programs to positively impact the environment. And the Recognition Award seeks to recognize schools who have made an effort to educate, provide opportunities for our students to reduce the use of materials that have had an environmental impact, such as waste, water, and energy, just to name a few. So great opportunity to offer our students. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Superintendent. Any other questions for tab 5 or 5A? Oh, yes, Board Member Marina Taiga.
Yes. Thank you, Dr. Cedeno, for your report. I don't want to pass this opportunity to say thank you to the parents, allowed PTO activities, and to the teachers, because we cannot forget is teacher and staff member, not only teacher, dedicated time for movie night, dance, and everything. And see 300 activities. And I want to say thank you for every teacher, every staff member, parents who dedicate the time to make our children happy and meet the expectation, because they need to enjoy too. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you. Right now, we have taken questions for tab 6 and tab 6A. Any questions or comments?
Madam Vice President?
Yes, Mr. Jacobs?
Yeah, I have a question. Tab 6A, hope maybe Mr. Kennedy maybe will answer. Item number 21, M&M Construction for the 14,500. So my question is, this is for the school for envelope restoration. I think I've asked this question previously when the last time we received the invoice a couple of months ago. Are we going to continue to receive invoices for this since the school is closed, and are they just going to just wrap this up? When are they going to wrap this up? Do you know? If you can't answer now, that's fine.
The expenditures at Batteners you're talking about?
Yeah.
Yeah, they, Serpro is now on the first floor, and they should probably be done cleaning the inside of the building. And then we were notified by the SDA that they were in the process of putting the demolition out to bid. So as soon as that happens, then they take over. We won't have to pay the rental of the fence.
So, but I'm referring to the specific item for M&M Construction for the amount of $14,500 with the reference on building envelope restoration.
I don't know the answer
That's
to
fine.
that one.
So we can talk about it next month.
Sure. Actually, we have some committee meetings coming up in November. I won't wait till then, but we can talk about a lot of those things in those committee meetings.
Because it seems like they just keep sending us bills because the PO is open.
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah. Well, Mr. Malhotra and I will talk with Mr. Milanis about what's going on over at that school.
Thank you, Mr. Kenny.
Yeah, sorry I couldn't give you the answer.
No, that's fine. That's fine.
Thank you. Any other questions for tab 7 or 7A?
No, 6.
Sorry, 6? That's why that's what I'm checking over here. 6 or 6A? Seeing none, Mr. Kennedy, please add this to the agenda. Any questions for tab 7 or 7A?
I have a question.
Yes, Mr. Rivera.
Comment and question. It's on 7, page 7, contract with Northeastern Interior Services, LLC. One of the reasons we're meeting here in the Annex building is because the main building, they're renovating the entrance. My question is, when do we anticipate that to be finished? Because I've heard from parents and I've heard from some of the staff, it is a madhouse every morning. In Bayway is already congested, so now you don't have that entrance. The only entrance for School 5 is on the back. So you could only imagine how many cars, how many parents, how many kids are all gathered there. And my comment is, why couldn't this be done in the summer as opposed to done in the school? And I don't expect an answer now. But for future reference, if we can have that done over the summer, not to affect the school. The other thing too is, when do we anticipate that to be done? And I know with school districts, with county governments, construction companies have different working hours. It's my understanding that their working hours are from 8:30 to like 3 during school. Is that normal? Is that typical? Or I just wanted to get some clarification on that.
The hours are normal.
Okay.
With respect to when is that project going to be done, I spoke with the coordinator this afternoon. He said they're going to be pouring the concrete next week, and he anticipates it being not momentarily, but very soon that project's going to be done. And the project was the repairs to make it safe for the start of school were patched up during the summer. But in speaking with the principal and some others, they wanted those steps to be more presentable for the school. I don't know if it was the best time to start. Like you said, when school starts, we usually don't do that. But that project, unfortunately, that's when it started.
Okay, thank you.
Madam Superintendent?
My apologies, Mr. Kennedy, if you mentioned this, I'm having a difficult time tonight hearing, but also wanted to mention that the project would have been completed prior to this evening. In fact, I know our board president was looking forward to announcing to the community the completion of the front steps. However, each time, and we've had a lot of rain in the last couple of weekends, each time it's rained, it has further delayed the project. And as we know, we're expecting rain again on Saturday, so that will delay the project once again.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments? Yes, Mrs. Jacobs.
Thank you, Madam Vice President. I realize that Mr. Milanis is not here, so I'd like to just put this question out there. Maybe Mr. Kennedy can answer it, or if not, or Madam Superintendent may be able to answer it. Is that better? Huh? Okay, thank you. If not, it can be answered at maybe our next property committee meeting. My first question is page 6, tab 7, in reference to the second contract with Murray Paving, referencing the demolition of building.
Right, that contract, well, you want me to answer? Or that contract has been out there for about a year, and we finally have been waiting. Well, we have been waiting a long time for the county, because we have to coordinate with the county for the road to be able to do that, to take down the electrical poles. But I understand that now, as a result of looking at the building, they came up with asbestos that needed to be abated. But I believe that we should take this off the agenda and discuss that also at the upcoming Properties Committee, when Mr. Milanis can give you a little bit more details of what's going on over at the school.
Thank you, Mr. Kennedy.
Sure.
Also, thank you for that suggestion. My second question is, again, tab 7, page 9, in reference to give me 1 second. Hold on. Oh, no, not wait. I have another question. Yeah, no, I got that one. Hold on, I got one more. Oh, yes, page 9. Contract with USA Building Maintenance Corp. on the roof renovations at School 18. So my question on this, and we can leave it for property. School 18 has a unique roof, which I think is, what is that, the gable style or something of that nature. Mm-hmm. So I'm wondering if this renovation, is it replacing it with the same type of roof, or are we putting up a new type of roof? Because I know it's unique to the architecture of the school, however, it is quite more expensive. So I'm just wondering if you happen to know, or if we can get an answer to that question as far as it relates to the roof.
Yeah, that's another one that we need our director for.
And I'd like to put a motion on the floor to table tab 7, page 3, item 2.
There's a motion to table tab 7, page 3, item number 2. Is there a second?
We don't actually need to table it. We can just remove it from the agenda.
Because it's not on the agenda yet?
We won't be, when we finish this work, then we'll approve the agenda as it is.
Okay.
Commissioner Jacobs is proposing to remove that from the agenda.
Do you need a second?
No.
You don't need a second? Okay, no. Mr. Jacobs?
Yes, and so we're also agreeing to also remove the other item as well?
Sure.
Thank you, sir.
You're welcome.
Which items are that? So I just know that.
It's on page 9, number
page 9.
2.
Would this go back to a committee to be further discussed?
Yeah, well, at least for the 2 plant items.
Right, school and property.
We just need Mr. Milanis to explain to either the Finance Committee or the Properties Committee what was entailed with those 2 projects. The other one is one of the contracts that Mr. Donato presented tonight.
Okay, thank you. Any other comments or questions on tab 7 or 7A? Thank you. Seeing none, Mr. Kennedy, can you please put the remaining items on the agenda? At this time, we're going to go to tab 8. If you guys remember, we started doing our Board of Education committee reports. At this time, since I am presiding all over the meeting, I'm going to ask a member of my Education Management Committee to present the Ed Management Committee report that occurred on October 4th. Commissioner Pistada, thank you.
Thank you, Madam Vice President. Do you want me to say who's in attendance?
Yeah, please.
Attendees for this meeting was Ileana Chevres, Board President, Charlene Bathurst-Dorsley, Board Member, Chairperson of Ed Management Committee, Jerry Jacobs, Board Member, Rosa Moreno-Ortega, Board Member, Michael Simmons, General Counsel, Judge Malone, General Counsel, Harold Kennedy, School Business Administrator, and Olga Hugelmeyer, Superintendent of Schools. The 2022-2023 preliminary NJSLA data was presented to the committee and discussed. The district and individual school proficiency in English, language arts, and mathematics were discussed. Schools exhibited a growth in English language arts ranging from 10% to 30% growth, beginning with school number 26 having demonstrated a 12% growth to school number 1 having demonstrated a 30.1% growth. Schools also exhibited growth in mathematics ranging from 10% to 30% growth, beginning with school number 12 with a 10.6% growth to 43% growth at school number 28. At the high school level, growth in English language arts ranging from 10% or more, beginning with Academy with 14.3% growth to Jefferson Arts Academy with a 21.7% growth. High schools also exhibited growth in mathematics ranging from 42% at EHS to 150% growth at Halsey Academy. Lastly, NJSLA proficiency was reviewed from 2015 through 2023. The committee discussed opportunities for students to have access to literacy materials. The committee discussed the current book fairs offered at the elementary school level. Lastly, the New Jersey Quality Single Accountability Continuum scores for teaching and learning were reviewed. The district has scored 78% and as a result was required to prepare a district improvement plan. The plan includes strategies to increase performance toward meeting the target of 53.8% proficiency in English language arts and increase performance towards meeting the target of 48.3% proficiency in mathematics, an increase of 24% proficiency in science, and to increase the 4-year graduation rate towards meeting the target of 83.5% for the 2023-24 school year. The committee requested the following items for the next Ed Management meeting, scheduled to take place on November 1st at 4 p.m. A multi-year report of the racial ethnic background of the gifted and talented schools, magnet schools, and all high school academies from 2018 to the present. A report of high school dropouts by individual high school academy from 2018 to present. An English proficiency report to include level 1 entering to level 6 reaching from 2018 to present by individual school. And that concludes my report.
Thank you so much for reporting on behalf of the Ed Management Committee meeting. At this time, I'm going to have Board Member Diane Barbosa give her report for the Special Education Committee that occurred on October 5th.
Thank you, Madam Vice President. So our Special Education meeting met October 5th. In attendance was Board President Ileana Chevres, myself, Diane Barbosa. We had Maria Carvalho, Board Member Jerry Jacobs, Board Member Jerry Jacobs. We had our lawyer, Mr. Kaloji, Judge Malone, Mr. Kennedy, our school business administrator. We had our director, Dr. Michael Ojeda, and our superintendent. So we met over an hour and a half approximately. We talked about different areas, enrollment data. So the total number of enrolled special ed students at this moment is 3,534. This includes students in resource programs, which is over 1,300, self-contained programs 1,338, and we have our out-of-district, which is 276. Out of that, 603 students are eligible and get speech and language services and are in consultative programs and home instruction. Then we went on to vacancies. How many resignations, how many retirements, and unfortunately we had one deceased. Resignations, we had 31, we had 3 retirements and 1 deceased. We have hired 24 teachers, we have 18 vacancies at this moment. Number of classrooms with substitute teachers are 10. Number of students that are being transported were important to us. Over 1,274 students, special needs are being transported, which is a very big number. Our Division of Special Services had a meet and greet with parents over the summer, and particularly in ESY. Then we wanted to concentrate on out-of-district schools. Our supervisors go to our out-of-district programs because they are our students, and they have monitored them usually bi-monthly, so 2 times a month. Then we also, our director made emphasis that we have increased our autism classrooms this year. Very happy. Between the grades of pre-K to 12, we have increased by 3, 2 in kindergarten and first grade, and 1 in high school. For the 2023-2024, CPAC, our Elizabeth Special Education Parent Advisory Council Committee has met in August, and now they are in process of bringing something together at the end, very soon, at the end of October, bringing someone that will give some instruction to our parents, and thereon we'll have a calendar created so that we understand when they're meeting and what it's about. Now, also, we talked about services that we provide our students. So there's a numerous amount of services that we provide our students with IEPs to meet their needs. Examples are speech, occupational therapy, physical therapy, integrated therapies, counseling, social services. We have personal assistance, shared assistance, consultant services, nursing, vision supports, and hearing supports. We also have, we're going to meet constantly on a monthly basis, obviously, and we have requested the following items for our next Special Education Committee meeting that will be taking place on November 2nd. We want a calendar events to be published on our district so that we know when, why, and where. A question and answer for our parents that includes all the contact information. Who do we need to contact, whether it's in district and out of district? And the report on community-based instruction, CBI, and alternate pathways to success, and our field trips updates. So we brought, it's important to us to know our special ed students are going out into our community and how many field trips. So we will report on that next month. Thank you. Thank you to everybody that attended. Thank you to our new director. And it was a very, very productive meeting. Thank you.
Thank you. At this time, I'm going to have Board Member Jerry Jacobs give the report for Finance Committee that occurred on October 11th.
Thank you, Madam Vice President. So I'm just going to read the highlights. We had a great Finance Committee meeting. We reviewed our in-district and out-of-district budgeted transportation costs, which came in at $23 million. We also reviewed the financial summaries of our 3 federal COVID grants, CARES, ASTRA 2, and ARP. We also asked about the current status of the Turf and Lights project at Williams Field. For our next meeting, we plan on discussing updated standardized costs for the student transportation routes, ESIP capital project cost tracker, update on the status of the warehouse truck fleet, and I think what was recently added was a meeting with our auditors. Thank you, Madam Vice President.
Thank you, Mr. Jacobs. And our last report, I'm going to have Mr. Rivera give the report on behalf of the chairperson, Stan Neron, for the legal committee that occurred on October 12th.
Thank you. So we met on October 12th during lunchtime, 12:30 to 1:30. So we really had a lot of fun doing that. But we discussed an array of things. We discussed substance abuse policies, that there's 17 vaping incidents during September. We then broke down equity policy and how it really matches with the strategic plan, with the board goals and the superintendents. Then we dived into detail on suspension data and really look at the racial and the ethnics and see if there's a disproportion one with the other. We then discussed uniform policy. That's always a hot topic, and we really want to see that it's fair and efficient for all students across our whole district. And then we ended with HIB policy. But more importantly, we discussed the appeals process. So individuals that want to appeal it, how can we make it more effective for them, as well as more efficient for us and the board members, so that we can have a more effective resolution. That was our meeting, and we will be meeting again on November 30th during lunch. Thank you.
Madam Vice President?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Rivera. Yes, Ms. Jacobs?
I have a question. Is it a place for asking a question relating to legal committee?
Absolutely.
Thank you, Madam Vice President. So my first question, and this is just out there for the record, I don't know if anyone can answer it today, but it says that the suspension data for the 2022-23 and 23-24 school year was reviewed with a focus on the racial and ethnic breakdown by individual school. Is that information available to all board members to review? Is that able to be put into the cloud depository?
I apologize. I was talking to Madam Superintendent. If you could just ask her the question again, please.
So I'm referring to the suspension data for the 22-23 and 23-24 school year with a focus on the racial and ethnic breakdown by individual school, and whether or not these suspensions were disproportionate to the population served of the individual schools. Is that information available to all the board members, or can that be uploaded to the cloud?
Absolutely. That report is being uploaded to the Teams folder. So it will be, what I can do is put it under memorandum, because right now it's sitting under the legal committee. So I'll make a copy and put it in memorandum. That way it's accessible to everyone.
Thank you. I think that's important because, as we know, the New Jersey Department of Education, along with the OAG, issued a guidance relating to discrimination in school discipline, especially among brown and black children. I think that's something that we as a district have to make sure that we pay attention to, that our children are not disproportionately disciplined for no other reason. My second question is also the same as far as the information on the comprehensive equity plan and the areas of focus for the racial and ethnic breakdown of the early childhood center, gifted and talented at magnet schools. That information too will be available to all board members? Also, can I also add that the wonderful presentation that was given today at JLSA, can this also be added to the?
My pleasure.
And my last question is I don't know if anyone can expound upon what was spoken about in this committee meeting as far as the uniform policy, it says the importance of implementing the policy uniformly across the district. Were any other aspects of the uniform policy discussed?
Jacobs, would you mind repeating that last?
So I was saying the uniform policy was saying that it was discussed, expressed the importance of implementing the policy uniformly across the district, and I was wondering if there were any other aspects of the uniform policy discussed.
Yes, absolutely.
So that can be put in the information so it can be shared with all the board members?
We can certainly, I'll make that shareable to all.
Thank you so
Absolutely.
much, Madam Superintendent.
My pleasure.
Thank you. That concludes tab 8. If we can add that to the agenda. At this time, are there any questions for tab 9 from the claims list? Seeing none, Mr. Kennedy, if you can add that to the agenda. And lastly, are there any questions for tab 10 through 10J? Any questions for anything on tab 10 through 10J? Awesome. Seeing none, Mr. Kennedy, if you can add that to the agenda. At this time, may I have a motion and a yes.
Sorry to interrupt. Tab 10I is required. It's a regulation for substance abuse, so we need to do our second reading of Regulation 5131.6, regulation for substance abuse, and included on that 10I is a resolution for adoption.
Are you going to do that reading?
I'm sorry?
Are you going to do that reading, or are you just stating it?
Just stating that this was the second reading for that regulation, and now it's included in the agenda.
Thank you so much. At this time, may I have a motion and a second to approve the entire agenda as presented with those that were removed as well?
I make a motion to approve the agenda as is.
I second that motion.
Thank you. The motion has been moved and seconded. Any questions or comments? Seeing none, roll call, please.
Madam Vice President,
Yes. Mr.
just to
Vicky.
ensure that those two items that we referenced will be removed from the agenda.
Yes, they're removed from the agenda as stated.
Yeah, that was contract with Stepping Stones, Murray Paving, and USA Building Maintenance were not added to the agenda and part
Thank
of
you,
this
Mr.
vote.
Kennedy.
Any other questions? Roll call, please.
Barbosa,
Yes.
Dorsley,
Yes.
Jacobs,
Hold on.
Sorry.
Mr. Kennedy.
I apologize. I would like to abstain on tab 7A, page 2, second item for the Union County Service Commission.
Thank you. Marina Ortega. Goncalves Pestana.
Yes, with an abstention on tab 7A, page 2, the contract with the Union County Services Commission.
Thank you. Rivera.
Yes.
So the agenda has received the required number of votes and is passed.
It passed? Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Kennedy. Before we go into private session, again, I would like to thank our directors for being here this evening. It is a little longer. We apologize. However, we needed to do this. We wanted to do this. We wanted to show true transparency. We appreciate you being open and honest and being here with us this evening. Thank you for sacrificing your time with your family. Thank you for sacrificing your dinner with us. We truly appreciate it. And next month, you won't be here. It'll be another director or something here. So we also, my notes, see? I also like to thank our student representative from Hamilton, Ms. Jimenez, for being here as well. Thank you. We hope that you being here tonight will, you're able to learn some of the governance and how to run certain things. So we appreciate your report that you submitted today. We appreciate you hearing from our supervisors. If you have any questions from anything that was discussed from our agenda or from any of our departments, please feel free to ask our superintendent or our board president, who's not here as well tonight. But we just wanted to say thank you, and thank you to your grandmother for being here and waiting. We apologize. At this time, I'm going to do the statement for the private session, but after that, I would like to have all the board members to come up and just take a picture with her so that she can go home because she has to go to school tomorrow. Thank you. All right. At this time, the Vice President requests a motion to go into private session to consider matters exempt under the Public Meetings Act, specifically for discussion of personnel matters, interviews, reorganization, recruitment, legal matters, workers' compensation settlement, RA, and MI, HIB appeal regulation. The board will reconvene in public and may take formal action. May I have a motion and a second?
I make a motion to go into private session.
Second.
Thank you. It's been moved and probably seconded. Any questions or comments? Seeing none, roll call, please.
Barbosa,
Yes.
Dorsley.
Yes.
I'm sorry, I should be having you vote last. I'm very sorry about that.
It's okay. It's okay.
Jacobs.
Yes.
Marina Ortega.
Yes.
Goncalves Pestana.
Yes.
Rivera.
Yes.
Thank you to everyone in the audience as well. We appreciate you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Mr. Kennedy, are there any items that you'd like to add to the agenda, please?
Why don't you start with me?
Before we do that, we need to confirm our annual code of ethics.
I cannot hear Mr. Kennedy. He is muffled or something.
Before we add to the agenda, we need to confirm our code of ethics as we do annually. So may I read them to affirm them? Code of Ethics. Members of the Board of Education recognize that they hold authority not as individuals but as members of the board. In order to make clear public statement of its philosophy of service to the students of the district, the board adopts the following Code of Ethics. A, I will uphold and enforce all laws, state board rules and regulations, and court orders pertaining to schools. Desired changes should be brought about only through legal and ethical procedures. B, I will make decisions in terms of the educational welfare of children and will seek to develop and maintain public schools which meet the individual needs of all children, regardless of their ability, race, creed, sex, or social standing. C, I will confirm my board action to policymaking, planning, and appraisal, and will help to frame policies and plans only after the board has consulted those who will be affected by them. D, I will behave toward my fellow board members with respect, do their office, demonstrating courtesy, decorum, and fair play at all public meetings and in all public statements. E, I will refrain from inappropriate conduct in public meetings and in making public statements, refraining from any disparagement of my fellow board members or others on a personal, social, or racial or religious basis. F, I will carry out my responsibility not to administer the schools, but together with my fellow board members to see that they are well run. G, I will recognize that authority rests with the Board of Education and will make no personal promises nor take any private action which may compromise the board. H, I will refuse to surrender my independent judgment to special interests or partisan political groups or to use the schools for personal gain or for the gain of friends. I will hold confidential all matters pertaining to the schools which, if disclosed, would needlessly injure individuals or the schools. But in all other matters, I will provide accurate information and in concert with my fellow board members, interpret to the staff the aspirations of the community for its schools. J, I will vote to appoint the best qualified personnel available after consideration of the recommendation of the chief school administrator. K, I will support and protect school personnel and proper performance of their duties. L, I will refer all complaints to the chief school administrator and will act on such complaints at public meetings only after failure of the administrative solution. So you have before you the Code of Ethics, and as required by our CUSAC process, where we ask that you would sign those if you're in agreement with the Code of Ethics.
Thank you. If all of the board members can just look on the second page and sign it and hand it to Mr. Kennedy when you're done, we would appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you. As far as additions to the agenda, we have a resolution for termination of CGM, a resolution and reorganization and job description, a resolution for the appointment of a BCBH, Basim Houdin, award of contracts for Stepping Stone, award of contracts USA Building, a resolution for reversal of residency investigative results, settlement of workers' comp RA, settlement of workers' comp MN, use of facilities by a youth community program, a resolution governing conducting of HIB hearings, and finally appointing of acting vice principal Aaron Casey, appointment of acting vice principal Tanya Brinkley, appointment of acting vice principal Maria Torres. And those are the additional items for the agenda.
Thank you. May I have a motion and a second to approve the additional items that Mr. Kennedy just read?
I make a motion to approve the additional items for the agenda.
I'll second it.
It's been moved and probably second. Any questions? Seeing none, roll call, please.
Barbosa.
Yes, congratulations.
Jacobs.
Yes, congratulations.
Marina Ortega.
Yes, congratulations.
Naran.
Yes, congratulations.
Goncalves Pestana.
Yes, congratulations, ladies.
Rivera.
Yes, congratulations.
Dorsley.
Yes, and congratulations. Welcome again, I guess. Good, all right.
Wait a minute, we're not done with the meeting yet.
All right. Before we adjourn,
That happened twice tonight, but we're not going to talk about that.
before we adjourn, is there any last minute comments, quick comments from our board members? No? Okay,
No,
thank you.
congratulations.
Okay. Again, I just wanted to thank School 5, the principals, the administrators, the custodians, everyone, the staff members, security guards, everyone who has School 5 for doing everything that we needed to do today to accommodate us. We appreciate that. We want to thank everyone here as well, and also thank our directors for them being here this evening. If there are no other comments or questions on the board, I would like a motion to adjourn, please.
I make a motion to adjourn tonight's meeting.
I second that motion.
It's been moved and properly seconded to adjourn at 12:15 a.m. Mr. Kennedy, roll call, please.
Barbosa.
Yes, good night.
Jacobs. Marina Ortega.
Yes.
Naran.
Yes.
Goncalves Pestana.
Yes, good night.
Rivera.
Yes.
Dorsley.
Yes, have a good night. Thank you, everyone.